Good. Good. Good, 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 good. Can I hit this thing at all?
Here I come to save the day.
Hi, Cheese. Chisu. God, everything is so matte looking. Oh, fuck you, Stoic. Welcome in. Hi, Aka. Or Deanna. That's better. Well, not for long. It got moved around a lot.
Shame!
Don't you shame me. Don't you shame me, Richards. Hawkworks, alright. Aka? Well, I hope you're well. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. Hope you've been doing well. That cheese is... That bottle... The bottle is still... The bottom is too wide, methinks. It's interesting how you see things differently. And the grapes. Yeah, I would be too. That's good to hear. That is good to hear, Hawk. All right. Let's get some more paper towels going. If I had crackers, I would, Stoic. Everybody, I'm tempted to just buy my next skeleton. I don't have crackers. No, I could make some bread though. But that does require making bread. That's really good to hear your recovery is going faster than expected. Very happy to hear that. What are your favorite crackers, Stoic? I think I'm partial to Ritz. Son of a bitch! Amanda! Hello, hello. Alright, I gotta start using up all my random yellows that I have in here. So this might be a good opportunity to put a little bit of extra yellow on here. Because I got some ones that are like dried up and shit. Or that clumped up that they're not really usable out of the tube. So I could do that as well. You know, I'm not a big Cheez-Its boy. I'm sorry to hear that, Deanna. Rye or whole wheat? See, I don't like store-bought rye unless it's from a Polish grocery store. You're a yellow? I'm not a yellow. Hi, Timo. Alright, palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, and some random yellow. This might be a lemon yellow or a lemon yellow. They call it just a yellow light, which is going to be a warmer version of Cad lemon. Good to hear, Dean. I hope you do. All right, let's start getting paint out. So I really want to pull the trigger on getting another skeleton. But not sure if I should spend the money at the moment for it. Yeah, that's not bad. It's just like, usually the store-bought ones and packaged ones are too just like bleh for me. Like they just don't do enough. Cause yeah, I got some content announcement about some plans. All right, so this is the one I made. The yellow I made. Let's see how liquidy it is after setting for like. I had to use up a tube because there was like a third of a tube. Oh, there we go. You know what? That's not terrible. It holds its shape. I was worried it's gonna. Oh fuck! All right, I put out a lot. That's not the worst. That's not the worst out of the tube. Thank you, aluminum stearate. You get the shits from rye bread, Amanda? Interesting. How much are skeletons going for these days? Like 155, 160. Hi, Sean. So, here's the thing, Stoic. Here's an announcement. Is everybody sitting down? We got an announcement. Is everybody ready? Good. Oh, Salt. All right, you're getting your streak. Oh, wait. Oh, son of a bitch. Right before the announcement, too. Alright, good. I'll take lying down. So, my brother is taking a vacation, and I'm going to be helping take care of his animals. It was something I was going to do a little bit ago, but then those plans changed. But now, it's on the 26th to the 27th. I gotta stay down by my brother's place, where I did the nighttime pastels at. So basically, I'm gonna probably stream for 5 or 6 days in a row outside. Hopefully the weather's not dog shit. But what I want to do is bring a skeleton outside and do some plein air paintings. Maybe maybe get 2 done and some pastels. Well, it'll be a Mudworks birthday stream from I'm Painting Badly. Hi Omizu, and hi Sean if I didn't say hi. Good day to you. I know it's very wild, Richards. So, but I want to do like the skeleton, maybe like my brother has a pool, like sitting by the pool, or like by a tree reading a book, or like put him in like an obnoxious bikini, or put them in an obnoxious bikini, like doing random shit outside. That's my initial thought. That's my initial thought. Hey, Dress, I can get you up to date on that a bit, because I've talked before. The 26th, apparently. So, but I want to do, I've been, like, it's just tough, like, to bring a skeleton, like, bring, Ricardo Montalbone out right now because of just circumstances, and I have a couple of immediate ideas I could have for 2 skeleton paintings. I could use the carpool lane. Oh my god, Todd. But I just don't... I have some more money coming in from some random stuff, but it's still one of those things, it's like, should I do this now? It's not playing it safe, I'll say that. I have another idea for a painting of my skeleton kicking my other skeleton in the balls. But doing like a really dramatic pose of like my skeleton with his arms flailing out as they're getting kicked in the balls. Have a safe flight, Salt. Be well, bud. Have fun in Vegas. Sorry, one moment. Alright. For the Dow to implode tomorrow. Well, it's already down a decent amount. Is it, what else happened, Todd? Hey, Drez, I just sent you a DM. Okay. All right, now let's get some extender in some of these. Put it in that yellow, red, magenta, phthalo blue, and I guess burnt umber. Could probably add some to my yellow too. Both yellows. All right. And oleo gel. So I also looked at my stand mixer and looked at what was available. Don't have a lot of good options for stand mixers, but what I think the issue is, everybody, is how my bowl latched onto the machine, that it's like a friction interference thing, has started to get loosen up a little bit. I think I can use sticky tack to increase the friction enough that it will work fine enough. Why'd you give up on oil, Sean? Oils are the future. Because, Sean, I don't know if you heard me. I'm back on Team Hate Acrylics again. No, it's not that bad, but it is decidedly worse than linseed oil. Snobby ass oil painters. That's perfectly fair, Sean. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like because of marketing shit. See, all right, so what, Drez, let's hash this out. Why do you think it's only marginally worse? Yeah, the microplastics things I could see. That's, at least in, like, the zeitgeist right now of concern. See, I disagree that they take forever to dry. This is dry to the touch right now. Only 3 days ago. Well, I mean, acrylics have been used a lot since, what, the 40s, I believe, is when they really took off. I would call it more than a fad. There's merits to acrylics. I just don't like that you, like, varnishing is a huge issue now. Yeah, that is true, Sean. I guess the forever is relative, right? But that's like what acrylics are best for, is if you want to do stuff relative to drying time. Right, but what benefit is using walnut oil then? Like, we know that the yellowing is like is mostly subjective. But see, that's even subjective. Like, natural pigments in their studies say, like, observed benefit, or like no, they didn't even use observed. Perceived. They use perceived benefit. That's perfectly fine, Sean. I don't know about that, Todd. I actually don't. I don't know a relative price difference. I think companies charge more for walnut oil. Because even if you don't have the volume loss for cracking dress, you still lose durability. Hi, Pickles. Well, I think acrylics end up on a lot of shit too, Sean. I don't know if I accept that argument from you. I mean, it is relative to how you perceive it anyways, Sean, so that's fine. I'll say this. I don't concede that point. All right. Okay. All right. So we dried very matte on this. I mean, it has a smell. I would not consider it very strong. I do not consider linseed smell to be strong whatsoever. Well, I mean, I did too, Sean. I also made paint in my room. Goes great on salads. Walnut oil? I don't know. People put flax on people put flax on salads, I bet. That's what I should use for the background. With some lemon bismuth. Yeah. We need some vinegar red, too. Some vinegar, or cadmium vinegar red. Or red vinegar. Shooby-doo-bep. Wait, where is Claire Jones? Claire Jones was just here. Well, that's what your linseed oil is made from, Richards, as I think I've said before. Lin is the French word for flax, right? So do we have enough brushes out? Almost. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfectly, you know, reasonable, Sean. I don't think corn oil dries, Todd, so good luck. Good luck, Todd. All right. So, what am I seeing that is off now that I had a few days in between? Well, then you just use oil pastels, Drez. The bottom of the bottle is too thick. All right. I put something to hold the cheese up, so the cheese is much higher. The grapes are a little bit higher than where I put them because I had to replace them. And they're more narrow. And then the bread, or the croissant, has moved to the right. A little bit. So let me move the croissant back to its spot. And then we'll start getting paint on there. Son of a bitch! Oh, now Maddie decides to show.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
No. I'd rather die.
Oh my God.
Fucker.
You're a fucker.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Right in those plums.
Move this man!
No!
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
You are the one that stinks.
Get your hand off my penis!
That was your hand. You know what? I said I'm really liking this impasto medium more and more as I use it more and more, everybody. It really gives you the volume you need if you want to paint like a thick boy. It does increase transparency. But sometimes with, I think, how you mix your colors, you can adjust as needed. Or you just have to paint thicker, which is part of the deal with this, right? So.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That's too much blue, methinks. Go back to the white. I did think I got darker around here. It's pretty bright, huh? Let's go a little bit more blue. A little bit more magenta. Maybe a smidge of brown. All right, so now let's cut down on this thickness. Okay. Maddie, did you hear the news? The huge news? More like that. No, well, obviously we're switching up to competitive vaping content, everybody. Obviously we're going to be switching to competitive vaping. That is the future of YouTube. All right, Dana White's even sponsoring it. So obviously we have to do that. But I'm taking care of my brother's animals. I was talking about doing this like a few months ago, but then those plans changed. But I'm gonna have like a plein air, like 6 days of like plein air in a row of doing shit outside.
Wow, wow, wow.
Well, thank you, Yambari. I'm my brother's animals keepers. I have to take care of 2 birds, a turtle, and 3 dogs. For 6 days. For 6 days. Technically, it's my niece's turtle, my sister-in-law's dogs, and birds. I believe. So, and my brother had my niece has a turtle. They have 2 birds, like 2 large birds, and 3 dogs. I don't know what kind of turtle they have. Just that there is a turtle I gotta feed kale and water to. The birds are pretty cool. I've taken care of the birds before. I like birds. It might be a tortoise. It might be a tortoise. Veritable menagerie. Yep. Well, so Yambria, and Maddie, if you didn't hear this, I'm thinking about just pulling the trigger on another skeleton and having it mailed to my brother's place so I can do outdoor paintings with a skeleton. And then come back here and do like the, I have a couple paintings planned for 2 skeletons. So what would be the name of the second skeleton, everybody? What would be the name of the second skeleton? Who wants to come up with one? 30 reptiles at one point. No shit, Richard. It's interesting. Very normal. Very normal Yambari. Hey, brother, I'm sending you something in the mail. Don't open it for legal reasons. Do you know a lot about turtles, Sean? You're very delayed. Is anybody else delayed? Check 1, 2, syphilis. Syphilis. Check 3. Syphilis. You're part of your favorite animals? Oh, cool. Never had I mean, my family really didn't do pets growing up. We had birds for a little bit of a period of time, but once they kind of passed on, we didn't do anything more. Me as a child was basically the animal task. Hi, Monica. I was enough of an animal. I am not an animal. I was a mischievous little bastard. And I'm the one who's, yeah, true, it was. The one everybody remembers the stories from. I did, Monica. I got enough sleep. Thank you for asking. The problem is Sumo is going till 4 o'clock in the morning because of fucking daylight savings time. God damn it. Yeah, well, you know, it's like the I was the kid who did like the crazy shit growing up that everybody remembers, you know. Like crapping my pants at the apple orchard. Making death threats during a church singing thing to my sister on stage. That was one I hadn't told you guys about, I think. Oh, that's really cool, Sean. Apparently, when I was a kid, I used to kick older men in the balls too all the time. Like I just run up to like my uncles and kick them in the balls. Don't know why I did that. Maybe I always distrust men. Most likely. Yeah, that's not cool, actually. I grew out of that fairly quickly. Like, Richards, it was when I was, I think, like 3, 4, and 5. You have lots of animals? Let's see what else I did. Demolishing the patriarchy. Oh yeah, I was a little bastard, Richards. I'm not denying that. So I was also like, I was a big kid and I was really good at football. Like I terrorized kids on like I'm talking like flag football and like first, second grade football. And to the point my mom said it was like the funniest thing in the world, but I was terrified that other parents were gonna come and yell at us because of what I was doing on the field. Like I'd be like pushing kids down and shit like that. Just kind of like more competently as like little kid shit goes, at least. She said it was like the funniest thing ever, which I wish I could see nowadays. There's nothing funnier than little kid sports. Probably. Maybe, Monica. Well, that's the thing. This was like, my mom was afraid that people were going to be like offended that I would like push down their kid or something like that. Because I was like the type of kid, like they told me to do something and I was like big enough to like, and if I understood, it's like, oh, you need to go like get that guy's flag and you could push these guys away. So it just meant like, oh, I could just push them down and then run it. But sometimes I'd be like, I just focus on pushing the kids down, shit like that. Like, you know how kids are idiots like that, where it's like they might just misconstrue like a simple instruction. I have some vague memories of it, though. Be aggressive. Be. So Amanda, you're talking to somebody who did that starting in middle school as well. That is true, Monica. That is true. I started cutting weight for wrestling in middle school. in 8th grade. This was like 5 at best. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so wrestling gets really weird because I've been to wrestling camps where literally a dad brings their like 3 or 4-year-old too. Like there are some really sports crazy parents in wrestling because there's this really weird like over focus on toughness bullshit in wrestling. I like wrestling as a sport, but it's tremendously toxic. The wrestling culture is tremendously toxic. Oh, fuck you. Who was it? Monica. Actual wrestling. I started wrestling in basically 3rd grade. Fight? No, you'll destroy me. Why would I take a losing fight, Monica? Remember, I'm a coward. Dial M for... Well, you know the actual name of that movie, Maddie, is Dial M for murder. I don't even think you needed to put death there. It's with a W, I believe, right? Taekwan. Yeah. Well, you should. It's a great movie, Maddie. You should see the movie. It's a wonderful movie. Hitchcock at his finest. Yeah, that makes sense, Todd. You did shot put and discus? So, my longest running sports I did were football, wrestling, track, and rugby. But I did Taekwondo as a kid for a brief period of time. Well, actually not brief, it was like 5 years. Did swimming for a few years, did a few years of basketball, a few years of soccer, a few years of baseball. But a lot of those were like through 1st and 4th grade. And yeah, I threw like you, Amanda, shot put and discus. You only played baseball, Sean? Are you watching the baseball classic, Sean, at all? Was shooting? Interesting. I had an ex that was really into shooting. I never shot with them. It was like something her family would do. You did dance? This is the period of the stream where we dance. Gymnastics. Nice game. Interesting, Amanda. I will never calm down, Amanda. I mean, God, Monica. I've seen some clips. I haven't been watching any of it, though. Apparently, Team Australia is a bunch of bastards. Interesting, Todd. Guess that would be beneficial to shooting, huh? It's too much. Hardball with Keanu. Oh, I learned some fucked up movie trivia today. Who wants to learn about some fucked up movie trivia? I won't ask questions, I'll just explain it. It's very fucked up. All right, John Landis, who directed Blues Brothers, nope, American Werewolf in London, and the Twilight Zone movie, Trading Places, several humongous films he directed. His son's also a director. He directed the Twilight film movie, and there was an on-set accident with a helicopter killing 3 of the actors, 2 of them which were a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old child. Oh yeah, and the thrill, yeah, I think the thriller video. And apparently he was an asshole on set, on a lot of his sets as a director, like he's a yeller and screamer. But it was as a result of some pyrotechnics he had them push. And the helicopter pilot, warned him about the pyrotechnics fucking with the helicopter. And he was charged with involuntary manslaughter, but I think he got settled. But straight up killed a 6 or 7-year-old child and one of the actors on the Twilight Zone film. I had no clue about it. I had not heard of that at all, surprisingly. Because I was always wondered, with how big and successful films he was involved in, why did he not do more? This is way worse than that, in my opinion, Monica. Even though the Baldwin shit is bad. So, by the way, one of the kids and the woman who was killed were decapitated. As a result of this accident on set. It wasn't a Brandon Lee thing. I learned about how Brandon Lee died on The Crow. Some more details on that recently as well. Because I just learned about it, now you all have to learn. Well, it was just off of a casual conversation. So, you know what spurned it, Yanbury? I'll tell you why I even looked this up. It's on his wiki, by the way, in John Landis's wiki. I was having a discussion with somebody. I was on the phone with my mom. That's what. And we were talking about a movie, and then I asked her if she knew anything weird about John Landis because I was listening to my podcast. Decapitations. That's my normal bedtime wishes. But on one of my podcasts, coincidentally, were like, you know, it's a movie podcast. They're talking about something. And one of the guys on the podcast said his uncle was the assistant director for American Werewolf in London. And he's like, and he quit because of like, you know, John Landis, something John Landis did, or that thing that they all knew about. Like, and I'm like, wait, is like John Landis like a horrible person or something that I'm unaware of? But they didn't go into details. So then I asked my mom if she heard anything like in, you know, the news about that, like back in the day, and she didn't know anything. So I looked up the wiki, and then that fucking Twilight Zone thing was there. But I still don't know what the guy in the podcast was referring to, though, you know. Ma! Yeah, like, apparently it really was his fault, Yambari. Like, it just straight up was really his fault. And, like, he only got out of it because of money, you know. Like, he should be in jail. He does look like Jack, doesn't he? I didn't even think about that. Wait, is Jack's last name Landis? Well, actually, John Landis is 75, so maybe he's John Landis' son. Well, John Landis does have his son also directs movies. His son's name is Max Landis. He's probably directed some movies you all have heard of, by the way. Plot thickens, it does. But that's one of the most fucked up like on-set incidents I've ever heard of. Yeah. So yeah, there's your I want everybody to think about that as they go to sleep tonight, okay? That's everybody's homework. Right. You may, Ember. You can get 5 extra points for a 8-page essay. Normal font size. And no double spacing. know your tricks. And I move that to the left again. Let's see. Let's put this where this needs to go.
Prank him, John.
Done been pranked. How you doing, Rumpelstiltskin? Stiltskin? Welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. This needs to come, like, out to there. So I'm doing this the opposite way I should be doing this. If you have any questions, Rumpelstiltskin, please let me know. Hi, Aka. Umabashi. How did your Zine Fest end up? Or how did your fair? It's not a Zine Fest. It was a fair, right? How big was your streak, Aka? It's like here. So this comes down here. What's the meaning of life? There is no meaning. I'll answer anything, Rumpelstiltskin, and the answer is there is none. There is no meaning of life. Have a good one, Timo. Be well. Thanks for stopping by. By the way, who wants to guess how many tubes of paint I got out of that batch? Anyone want to guess how many tubes of paint I got out of that batch of paint? 6? No. All right. Well, I already told you, Monica. All right, Monica, you get a point. There's no soul to sell. It was 21. It was 21 on the dot.
I said good day!
Good day, Quodenshaw. It was an integrity test, Monica. It was an integrity test. And you chose wisely. That probably needs to go lower.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. Dial F for Art gets a point. They won fair and square. It's 21. Yeah, and I put some out, Shasta. I had like 21 and a third. And so I put some out, and it did, like, it's not like, it doesn't like drip out or anything like that. So it's not the worst thing. Was actually watching a super zoom clip of a bacteria die. It was heartbreaking to watch. People were having excellent. I don't know if bacteria would get to me, Rumpelstiltskin, but who knows? We do like to impart emotions on stuff like that. What's one piece of art that has deeply inspired you? The Sergeant's Muse, Ember. It's like something at the Moulin Rouge, or at the Moulin Rouge by Lautrec. What's it? The Ilya Repin, the Shy Peasant. Shy Peasant by Ilya Repin. The Isabella Gardner by Anders Zorn. Bonjour. Shasta, can you give dial in for art an oily point, please? Art is going. Art is going. I would say those are probably like my top 4 paintings. Emotionally, Emberfern. Shy Peasant by Ilya Repin. Bonsoir. Shy Peasant by Ilya Repin is probably like the most emotional. But if we're talking about inspiration, that At the Moulin Rouge by Lautrec, Isabella Gardner by Zorn, and then Sargent's Muse, which are not the exact names of any of those, but if you search that, you'll find them. Son of a bitch! Thank you, Shasta. What the hell, Galaxy Girl? As it should. As it should, Slothurtle. I can show, Ember, I can, if you search for them, I could show you if you're having problems finding any of them. I'm talking on, to Twitch as well, Rumpelstiltskin. And, so they have, there's like text-to-speech and there's a bunch of sound effects they can do to torment me. Like the animals they are. Yeah. Yeah, and subscribe to YouTube. Here, Ember Fern, I'll go through I'll show everybody, okay? Well, a lot of people copy it, Monica. I'll try and find the, exact one I'm talking about. If my phone would work. One moment. Shy Peasant, I had probably the most, like, emotional response to a painting. But a lot of people have copied it. This is probably most accurate. This one's probably most accurate to the time period. Probably. He'll reveal it at Richards. It's fantastic. And he actually pulled, like, it's called Shy Peasant because he literally pulled, like, a Russian peasant and, like, paid him to sit. And there's, like, a really interesting, like, because he's from Kiev. Like, that was an actual, like, you know, that wasn't, like, a professional sitter. It was, like, it was just, like, you know, awful Russian Empire living, essentially. Okay, I'll go through the list. Then there was Sargent's Muse. Sargent's Muse has a big old dong in it, if you see the full painting, so I can't reveal the full painting. I think it's called Thomas McKellar. Here, I'll block out the, I'll block out the dong. Well, here, I'll zoom in. This is the upper half of it. There's a dong in it. That guy's just standing naked. Some of my favorite brush strokes are in this painting itself. This is also a painting that he wanted to do. Peanut Butter Solution. Yeah, so look up Sargent's Muse or Thomas McKellar Sargent. Oh, on Canvas Cam? Sorry, Rumpelstiltskin. It doesn't show up because of my screen. You're going to see miscolored. But if you search that, Thomas McKellar or Sargent's Muse, you will find this painting. Like I said, there's a big old dong in it. So, you know, Keep that in mind. Okay, then Isabella Gardner by Zorn. This one, the Isabella Gardner by Zorn, is actually my cell phone wallpaper. So, God damn it. This is actually my wallpaper. I know, Sean, it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic with as far as who consumes that painting, but nonetheless, it's a spectacular painting. So that's Isabella Gardner by Zorn. Sorry, you know, that the screen. This is one of the best representation of visual effects in a painting. Not as posh. I'm a pretentious fuck, Rumpelstiltskin. All right, and then what was the last one I said? Oh, yeah, the Lautrec at the Moulin Rouge. This painting in person was one of the coolest things I've ever seen live, especially with the lighting. I wish my... Okay, whatever. We'll just do this one. This painting by Lautrec, because it was dimly lit in the museum, and see that face on the right? That face like glowed in person, and it was such a striking image. I'm going to recreate this with skeletons and stuff like that one day, this painting. I've been acquiring props specifically to recreate this in a shitty prop way. But it's Lautrec, Lautrec, and at the Moulin Rouge. At the Moulin Rouge. There's a lot of interesting things in that painting. It was a striking visual effect because I think the museum very smartly, it was like, you know, we're playing on how it was supposed to be viewed because they didn't have, like, you know, electric lights back then. Dimly lit room, but I think they had a perfect light placement on that face on the right that, like I said, just made it, like, from across the room, it just glowed. It just glowed. And it was like, it was almost scary. I mean, you're preaching to the choir, Sean. So I have plans to recreate at the Moulin Rouge with, like, skeletons and mannequins and maybe, like, one person sitting in. It's so cool. It's such a cool painting. Oh, interesting. Well, and I saw that at the Moulin Rouge is actually at the Chicago Institute of Art. Last time I was there, though, it wasn't hanging up. They're, like, you know, they move around their selection. But it is still currently at the Chicago Art Museum, so, or Institute of Art. So, next time I go there, hopefully it'll be up. Oh, the Muse? Yeah. That's, like, that was the first, like, Sargent painting I really looked at, Sashi, if that makes sense. It helps, Ember. It helps. And, like, and I'll say this, in my opinion, in, like, the 1800s is when art started to become more representational, more so, because, like, everything used to be kind of religious. It was either rich people portraits or religious. And then, like, starting in, like, the 1800s, you got to see more social commentary. You got to see more, like, naturalistic things. And so, like, you're in, like, some interesting times where people were kind of now there was examples of this being different. Obviously, there's always exceptions, but I felt like it really kind of culminated in the 1800s. Oh, Rodin's very cool. Rumpelstiltskin, if you ever get to France, Rodin's museum is really worth going. Yeah, Sargent is very likely to be gay. Him and Kai Bot, Sashi. Kiefer, I've never seen the work, but it's just beautiful. I'll have to look that up. If you can, Amanda, if you got some time, would you mind posting on your favorite artist? Well, that's because everything was so expensive that like a general person, unless they came from a rich family, couldn't paint as like a hobby because it was so expensive, you know? So that's kind of the difference, Ember. So like, we're talking like Renaissance, people could only paint because they were being commissioned. Very few people could just paint something that they wanted to paint. There were examples of it, like Hieronymus Bosch, for example. Like the unique stuff from Renaissance period times were done by wealthy people who could just do it. Or who came from families that could get a hold of those materials. Exactly. Well, because a painting back then would probably be the equivalent of like $50,000 to $100,000 now, and a lot of that cost was materials. So it was like paintings were a status symbol for the aristocracy to have, right? Dali was asexual? I did not know that. It really was, especially back then, Sean. I'll wait. I'll wait for Ember. I'm going to wait for Ember, everybody. Ember was the start of this conversation. It's a fun question. I like questions like that. Ask questions. I can answer anything. That was really quick, Ember. I was waiting for you. But yeah, so like paintings basically up until the 1800s were almost status symbols, signs of wealth, like rich merchants, royalty. You want some of your art. How familiar are you with art history, Ember Fern? It's not a question. You're the bastard. Well, there was other reasons too, Sean. It's because Rembrandt turned into impressionistic painting that his paintings become less popular too. I learned about that recently. So all right, lost my train of thought a little bit. Oh, okay, Peter Paul Rubens, right? You familiar with Peter Paul Rubens? He's considered one of the greats of all time. Workshop painter. That's an interesting combo, Galaxy Girl. So Peter Paul Rubens is considered one of the greats, and he is undoubtedly a great painter. Okay? However, his workshop stuff is attributed largely to him, but he has tons of paintings attributed to him that he probably did not put any paint on. Because Peter Paul Rubens. Because he would travel around to different royalty rich people and commissioning paintings, sending back instructions to his workshop to just recreate the painting. And he spent lots of time doing that, mind you. He spent lots of time just traveling around, basically being a salesman. But because he was the owner of the workshop, they could not reliably say that this person at the workshop painted this thing. So it would, Peter Paul Rubens would get the attribution. Now, he did plenty of stuff solo, mind you. He did. But it's interesting. A lot of workshop pieces have really weird attributions because they can't really know who the fuck painted it because it'd be like over 20 people. So sometimes the attributions would be like this workshop, and it'd be like Rembrandt's workshop or Peter Paul Rubens' workshop and so forth. Exactly. Like he literally might not have even laid a single speck of like a brushstroke on the painting. A little bit, but like you got to realize like it was an industry more than an individual artist. Like Peter Paul Rubens was the face. He would do the selling. He was the owner, and he would have people like apprentices there who would be milling the paint. And he might show them how he would paint something or the process, or he would do like a hand on something, but he would never, like those paintings were so large, he couldn't possibly do all those. Because of that, Sean? Yeah, And that was the same for like, you know, every one of those workshop painters. There would be literally like paint mercenaries in these towns in like Italy and France and stuff, where it's like they would go from workshop and work for like a day. So there's guys who specialized in like people in the background. There are people who specialized at like old churches or like cathedrals in the back and shit like that. Like it was literally like there was specification between people's individual painting skills, because there'd be, at any given point, there could be like 10 people painting on one of these paintings. They were huge paintings. Like, there are paintings that are like 40 foot by 80 foot. There are paintings like that big out there. The d'Orsay had one that was as big as one of their walls, like a hallway wall. Hell, look at the Lily Pond painting from Monet even. But he did that by himself. Well, it's just like, it would be like Ember, it'd be most accurate to say, I got this painting from Coca-Cola. Oh, well, I got a painting from GM. Or I got a painting from General Electric. Now, it's not like, you know, they weren't obviously corporations, but they were like fairly large businesses. He was just a real poor person. Oh, that makes sense, Sean. That's actually a perfect example, Ember. Well, yeah, somebody just brought up in Twitch chat that it's like buying Versace versus Gucci. It's more akin to that, right? But then, mind you, everybody, here's another point. Once these places would finish a painting, then they would just be like, wait for their next commission, and they'd recreate their older paintings and resell that, reproduce the previous painting and resell it. That was literally, and that's why forgeries go back for a long time, everybody. And that also messes with attribution too. Well, I always like that, Sean, when it's somebody who's clearly doing something that they love to do. It is, isn't it, Ember? It's really fun. But that's why you don't see, like, frankly, you know, you think about Ember, there's not a lot of famous painters from the Renaissance. There just really isn't. And that's because they all kind of had to work through either guilds or workshops, right? You couldn't have Joe Schmo, you know, like a middle-class person, you know, doing a portrait of their mom or family member or whatever, right? Just dicking around with that, because those materials were exceptionally expensive. They were dangerous. They degraded. There was all these like technical information you needed and tools. It just was not available unless you were something like Leonardo da Vinci or Hieronymus Bosch, somebody who had resources or had connections. And it's a little bit sad to think about, like, you know, when you talk about the availability of stuff, right? How many, it's like, you know, how many artists have we missed out on just because of, you know, I mean, it's a problem to this day, right? Lack of resources for people who might be geniuses at something, who just never get the opportunity. Like, I'm the world's best competitive vapor. Who would have known? I'm the world's best competitive vapor. There's nobody better at vaping than me. And alpha male. It is. I mean, it has its own set of issues, right? But But it is great that it's just available. Like, you know, like I said, if I, with my means or my family means, I would never have been able to paint, you know, in the Renaissance period. Yeah, very much so, Ron. A vast majority of the art commissioned in the Renaissance were purely for status symbols. It's because when they had parties or people over, they'd say, look at my, you know, Peter Paul Rubens. And then they'd, you know, I don't know, go have weird Roman sex. It's always tough to say, right? But we can only move forward, right, Amanda? I mean, I haven't taken an art class since 8th grade. Unless you count music. I guess there's a reason to count music, but I'll say painting or, you know, traditional art. Yeah, they do, Sean. Especially for that time period. Well, you know, and that's how, like, John Singer Sargent really became, like, the talk of the town in Paris with those portraits. Because, one, he was also exceptional, but then, you know, the right influential people get their portrait done, and then suddenly he has 30 people who want their wives' portraits done in the same manner, and suddenly he can dictate his price now. Yeah, that's a very good argument for pop art, Sean. Well, that sucks, Amanda. Have a good one. Get some good rest, Rumpelstiltskin. I think by the common public, yes, Sean, but it's right. It's kind of like an ebb and flow, right? You know, for a period of time, the Impressionist work were looked at as pop art, or in the similar vein, right? A lot of famous painters hated it. I was lurking you yesterday. What were you sewing yesterday, Amanda? I couldn't listen to I wasn't listening to sound. I shouldn't say I couldn't, but I wasn't listening to it on sound. But I did was lurking, yeah. Like, Sean, do you think it will forever be looked as inferior? That's more, I guess that's more of my question. Oh, interesting. Okay. Sounds like fun. Are you having a good time with it? Too much poo-poo. Yeah. Well, also, I mean, yeah, it's the common view of it, right? Because, like, I saw a stupid fucking clip of these guys like, we're gonna try and sell a painting for $1,000, and it's them just like throwing paint onto shit and doing stupid stuff, just making a mockery of it, right? And that, you know, unfortunately, that is just a very common viewpoint. Or that's like the commonly held public viewpoint of it. But I'm curious on if we were around in France, right, in this 1870s, what would people have said about the Impressionists? I know what academics said about the or some academics said about the Impressionists. Hi, Carlos. Yeah, Maddie, you did scare me a few times with your sewing machine, but I don't watch people sew a lot. All right. I need to make a very vibrant dark here. Question is, do I do that with just going neutral blue? Or do I interject some purple? Let's see where that takes us. It's just like, it's not because of anything you do. It's just you always feel like your hands are so close to getting hit by the needle. And it's one of those squirmy reactions to it. You're neutral about things like that? Yeah. I think that's a good way. That's a very good approach. Yeah, and I have a stronger opinion than most about how I view impressionism with regards to like the skills of painting. I do concede that like I have a very strong opinion about that, and I use pretty strong words when talking about it. Oh, fuck. Shit. But as we know, I'm never wrong, Sean. Alright, fine, I'm wrong sometimes, but no, don't tell anyone I said that. little bit cleaner than I thought it'd turn out. I largely agree with that, Sean. It's just more about how do I keep myself from being too biased, and where I fail to see facts or truths because of said bias, right? And that's the one thing I have to be self-aware of, right? Especially when I'm talking and spreading information. In my opinion, I have an ethical obligation to be aware of the differences between opinion and fact. And that's I'd say the only thing that I would just either, and I'm not saying you're not implying that necessarily, but like I feel like I ought to be conscientious of. Valid point. I guess it's my own then personal emphasis on it. Nope, Ember, you gotta stay here the entire stream. Alright, there's no way out for you. There is no way out for you, Ember. Welcome back, Galaxy Girl. It is the best, Galaxy Girl. I'm the Eeyore of Northern Illinois. I was cursed by a witch, and now I always am followed by a thunderstorm. I was cursed by a witch. Not saying Eeyore's not, but you know, that son of a bitch doesn't have the greatest luck, I'll tell you that. Hi, Cranky Martini. There's stuff I don't like, but no. Yeah. I think that's something I've been maturing on, Sean. When I was younger, I could definitely say I was dismissive of too many things. And I mean, even till probably recently too. Way ahead, okay. Wait, do you have a YouTube's, Amanda? Do you have a YouTube's? Oh, you don't? Oh, you said you're releasing a video. Where are you releasing the video through? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the one you were playing last week. You know, I saw a good quote about this, Sean, or like a clip, and it actually made sense. It's like people fetishize realism way too much. Which seems to be a very common perspective. It's like, yeah, that seems to be what people do a lot. Yeah. All right, 3's not bad, Cranky. Let's pump that up to 397. All right, Cranky, your next assignment is to bring that up to 397. Good. Well, yeah, I mean, it's because it does well online, too. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. Does there have to be merit because of that? Well, it's like, it's Sean, it's why you don't see me do like a lot of like celebrity portraits and stuff, and I don't know. I don't do a lot of fan art. I have done some. But it's not what I like nor have interest in painting because I don't feel much about it. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Would you paint? Yeah, I absolutely would, Galaxy Girl. I'd paint Morticia. That's what that's there for. If you want a specific reference, 250 channel points, 250,000 channel points, or some oily points. Or I'm going to need some oilies for that. Did I bring out a tiny brush? No, my tiny brush is right here. So, it's like 50-something oily points, Galaxy Girl, for that. You need oily points, Todd, not just points. Go blue. I could be brown, I could be blue. I hate how warm it got. Jesus Christ, was it warm outside today? I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. Gotta be free, gotta be mean, gotta be everything more. No, Sean, I really wasn't likening it to that. And hell, even if you did, I think there is some merit to it at times where I get a little caught up in realism. Oily points are used for redeeming shit, Cranky Martini. You have to join the Discord to see. Oh. Shit. Are we no longer buffering? Okay. How's everybody's connections? Fucking A. YouTube, can you see me all right? Gotta be free, gotta be mean. Everything more. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Walk out the door. I've already realized that you're not with me. Are you guys there? No. Sean, are you still hearing me? Hello? Ember? The skill building of Sergeant Sons. Let it go? God damn it. Fuck. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Walk out the door. Can you hear me? No, we're still having connection issues. Huh? Are you just having a random internet attack out of the blue? Oh, beans and toast. YouTube, is it still going for YouTube? Sean, are you hearing me live? I could see your chats, typically the case of Sergeant fans. Got it. Okay. Because Twitch is lagging like a son of a bitch. Twitch is lagging like a son of a bitch, and I don't know why. Go to... No, I know, Kitty. Kitty. Or, I mean, that's Galaxy Girl. I don't know what's happening. YouTube is still working somewhat. I don't know why it's doing that. God damn it, Sean. Still buffering. Would you mind reiterating that it's not on my end, Galaxy Girl, on Twitch? That I see that there's an issue. There's nothing I can do. Would you be willing to say that to them? Thank you.
on you Sonic is go deep.
Thank you, Raven Chef. Is it stop buffering? I can be brown. Okay, wait. The connection might have settled. I had some things change. Oh, stream went down. Oh, wait, stream restarted. Are we back? My stream just straight up restarted without me doing anything. Thank you, Raven Chef. Hi, Amber. Refresh. I love technical difficulties, everybody. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Walk out the door. Ooh. Welcome back. I just got word that the son of a bitch. I don't know. I have been informed that Maddie caused the outage. Maddie threw a Molotov cocktail at my building just now. I have informed the authorities.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me.
Here I come to save the day.
Oh, so it just did a straight stream reset, huh? Maddie, you get a point. I love when that happens. I love when that happens. Maddie, you get a point. Welcome in, everybody. Maddie, can you tell people to refresh, or is the connection still bad? Thank you. You don't want to know, Galaxy Girl. Nope. Too bad.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
No, you're not. Son of a bitch! Yeah, you all get more fights to the deaths now. God damn it. God damn it. Why Miwa? Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. That is from South Park, parroting the movie Freaks. That is a clip from a South Park episode where Butters' parents think they killed him. Sounds good, Amanda. Get home safe. God damn it. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. It deserves the praise. What has been your favorite part of this painting so far? There's nothing exceptionally that like has been like unique. It's just another iteration. I do like, it's just what I'm focusing on learning and trying to execute better on this. Specific visual effects. I'm really taking focus in. I'm probably going harder into the realism for this because this is for my ma! Oh, good work, Philip Dent. Now you got to pump that up to 398. Okay? All right, Philip Dent? 398 is what we're looking for. Ma! That should be a soundbite, shouldn't it, Maddie? Is that where you're at now, Sean? Well, we used to yell. That's how we used to, me and my sisters would yell at my mom. Like, she was upstairs, we needed her to come down and be like, Ma! Ma! And we just all yell together. It was very funny. No, my mom actively tells me she doesn't like something. She's like, oh, this is garbage. You should quit. I hate this. Now, she'll tell me she doesn't like stuff, like very frankly, and I do actually appreciate that quite a bit. It's useful to have, like, we are very different when it comes to, like, here's a good question for y'all. Once avant-garde, but those days are gone. Yeah, it's true. Here, I got a good question. I'm trying to source information here, okay? Do you all hang up pieces of art in your home because you like the piece or because of how it looks in your place? This is an argument we've been having for a while. Correct. An art piece that you would buy. Let's just say. An art piece you would buy. I'll give you context afterwards. Well, you know, that's, I mean, Sean, the question doesn't necessarily rely on that, right? When you buy art, do you buy it because you like the individual piece, or do you do it because it'll look nice in your home? So it's both, right? If you had to choose one, Ember, which would it be, though? If I have to choose one, I have to like the piece, right? Okay. I'll give you context afterwards. What inspires you? So, I have had several long arguments with my ma. Because she always, like, one of her main criticisms is, like, she's like, who would hang this stuff in their place? And she strongly, as a viewpoint, is I'd only hang up art in my place that, you know, looks good and as like a decorative piece. And I told her I don't think that viewpoint is very common. And I don't think that's what most people do. And I cited, I think a lot of people who watch me on Twitch don't think like that. Cause you know, I paint perverted, I paint perverts and I paint, you know, weird shit. And she's like, who would buy this? That has been said to me. And I tell her vile perverts. Yeah. And that's what I think. I don't get angry at it. It's just, you know, she's also thinking in the context of me selling work, you know. Oh, Galaxy Girl, you're a vile pervert. And it's that exact dynamic, right, Sean? Right? And she's not dismissive of art, mind you. She's just like, you know, she gives me input on a lot of this shit. Like, or I ask for her input on a lot of this shit. But it's just a very interesting difference of opinion and maybe generational difference too. Because I'll tell you this, whenever I create a still life or a painting, I really never ask myself, am I making this for anybody? I don't recall ever considering that when I do my fucked up still lifes and stuff. I mean, there were probably times, you know, it's like where I was doing like a portrait of somebody that thought might have crossed my mind, but I'll say nothing that I truly want to paint. Do I consider that? I just do it because it's what I like. Yeah, but because you were compelled by that, you are a vile pervert. You see what I'm saying, Galaxy Girl? No, the whole way. No, I think you need to do some self-reflection, Galaxy Girl. Yeah, it could be Ember. Yeah. Well, see, I told her that like I would only buy a piece of art because I like that individual piece of art. I would never consider, but you know, you're talking to an asshole who has, I have 120 paintings hanging up in their place right now. Yeah, I agree with that, Sean. I don't feel like I've ran into them that much, Ember. I mean, you obviously might have. I just like, at least people my age or around my age, I don't feel like that's very common. But also, it could also be a wealth thing too, right? Like when we were talking about the Renaissance too. Like, is there a wealth point that people switch when they have the luxury to like design a home interior? Let's agree on. Oh yeah. It's just an interesting thing to think about, you know? I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky. I could be hurtful, I could be purple. You like. Yeah. And now that I think about it, you know, Sean, when I went to those art fairs to do some research, I felt like a lot of the painters there were geared towards that type of shit. Like the photography I saw there that I just like, you know, kind of just hated. Photography and the simple paintings. It lacked a lot of it lacked personality. It like lacked life. As pompous as that sound, it was just like a bunch of bullshit. Maybe that is too pompous, who knows. No, you gotta stay, Galaxy Girl. There's no way out. Oh, there's only one way out. I'm gonna have to refuse, Maddie. I'm gonna have to refuse. We'll revisit that in two years, okay? I promise we'll revisit that in 2 years. Pink MF, thank you. All right, well, we're gonna have to make it 3 years then, Maddie, if that's your attitude. God. make it 3. Gotta be everything more. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me?
Fucker.
You're a fucker. All right. Anybody new? New followers, maybe? I have a YouTube that I'm in desperate need of subscribers. If you could find it in your heart to sub to my YouTube, you will most likely not regret it. God, I'm so good at sales pitches. Your mom is right, though. If you just want to maybe. Josie Flowers. Thank you for the follow. You chat. My chat is full of bastards, Ember. You could see this. I don't deserve this.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Paperclip. Wow, we're almost at a year, Paperclip. You're probably right, but I'm not sure, Sean. I feel like for middle class, yeah. Son of a bitch. All right, we gotta fix this area now. Oh yeah, and I would honestly, Sean, I'd rather burn this place to the ground and disappear forever. If I just had to paint like bland sunsets from photos, oh god. Some light extortion will get him to rethink your 2 weeks. Ember, how dare you? Ember, you're not supposed to take Maddie's side. Ember, I thought we were friends. Don't do this to me, Ember. Hi, Dia. What do we... Wow. Alright, wait. What did I do? What did I do, Dia? Hi, how are you? Maybe a little bit blue in there. Or perps. Let's go to perps. Oh, your gang of goons, the Gooners, Maddie? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright, Dio. No huge complaints. That's, oh yeah, Dia's gang is the Gooners, that's right. I'm watching you, Ember. Ember, you just made my list. Your list? What, don't we all have lists? Watercolors from France. Welcome in, Qantas. All right. Sakurel. I'm guessing that's how it's pronounced. Qantas. I make my own paint and I make and sell watercolors. And I do ship to France. Some could say that. I'm very big into exclusive clubs, Ember. If you look on my Discord, we have a secret society called the Midnight Society. There's also the Bohemian Grove Club. If you have any questions, Qantas, also don't hesitate to ask. So we have several, within this stream, we have several secret societies. Several secret societies. And Qantas, we're painting with oils here, by the way. In case anyone doesn't know, we are painting with oils. Nope, not acrylics. Once again, everybody, I'm back on the I hate acrylics train. Because I actually did not know they had the issues with varnishing. That's pretty accurate, Sean. Ooh. That might not work out bad, though. That has to be darker, but still definitively be brown. The worst of the worst, Sean. little bit more brown. Could be brown. I could. What did I? Okay, wait. Come back on. Okay. Just tapping the wire with my shoulder. Turns it off, unfortunately. Now that is because I am so masculine and strong and toxic that happens. Obviously. Pencil pocket brush or Pentel pocket brush pen. I was thinking about ordering a very cheap set of pastels from Pentel. I have commitment issues? Oh, when you have commitment. I thought you said when. I thought you were referring to me. No, Amber, you know the rules. Maddie, get her or get him. I do have pastels. They were just really cheap, and I wanted to see how. And I watched a video on them, and they seem surprisingly decent. Like, they won me over a bit. And I need, once again, need to be honest with people, because I don't want to sell people stuff at a premium and get a worse product than mine. All right, Ember. You're on my other list now. Yeah, I did see it was from Japan. I watched the process on their oil pastels, and like I said, I was impressed by what I saw. But for all I know is like that was just a promotional thing that they like lied to. I don't know. I have several lists, Ember, and you're now on 2 of them, maybe 3. I'll have to talk with HR to maybe get you on the 3rd. Maddie, how many different lists do we have now? I've lost track. That's too bright, huh? 67? Okay. All right. Well, you're on at least 2 of those, Amber. All right. All right. Well, you don't want to be on all the lists, okay? All right. You don't want to be on all the lists. Nope, no, they don't. They have all the bastards and evil people. Like Maddie's on 63 of them. Hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. I kind of got to pee. Maybe throwing a few poops there too, who knows? Let me do a couple little quick things and then we'll take our pee and poop break. By Zan Abbasi. I know. I'm in process of changing it to I'm painting terribly. I'm so sorry. Alright. I am, because of all the people saying this, I will be changing my name to that soon. I'm sorry for having offended all of you. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about, Faizan. Is this another one of those prank TV shows? Maddie, is this another one of those prank TV shows that everyone talks about? This seems like one of those pranks. No, that was you, Maddie. Is Ashton Kutcher gonna come out and tell me I was pranked? Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. And I also need you to reveal where Ashton Kutcher is. I wonder how... Maddie, do you get that joke? Maddie, are you old enough to get that joke? There's a show called Punked. A prank show called Punked. Damn it, Maddie. But thank you for the kind words, Faith. We are oil painting from life. Like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. I'll answer anything. I mean, I'm 37. You might be able... I mean, Punked, you were probably young. All right, do you remember Punked, Faizan? Or know of Punked? Mostly clear. Well. Oh, I'm painting with oils. Like I said, I'm painting from life. So I have this set up in front of me. And I'm looking at it while I do it. Oh, God, shoulder's tight. There you go. So that's what I'm looking at. And, yep. Well, do you have interest in painting? In the future, at least? It's probably too much, huh? It could be hurtful, it could be purple, it could be anything. You know, we aim to try here, you know? We aim to try. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. But I appreciate your kind words. My job robs enough patience off me alone. I don't think I have any creativity left. What do you do for work? If you don't mind me asking. Ex-military, no. Interesting. So kind of a job where you just do exactly as you're instructed, no deviation. I could see that being very exhausting. I had an in-between job before I started trying to make painting my living. I used to be an engineer. I gotta make some progress on these grapes. Let me get a few marks in these grapes before we take our pee and poop break. Mechanical. I did a lot of CNC work, actually, coincidentally, for DoD, or contract manufacturing, specifically for aerospace. Did some medical stuff. Place I did was laundry detergents. A few places. It's not dark enough, huh? Maybe? No, that's not dark enough. Yep. Some interesting things. But now we're just trying to paint and get by. Gotta be free, gotta be me, gotta be everything more. Ooh, fuck. Shit balls. Yeah, Faizan, if you worked with the Air Force, you might have come across some parts I helped make. Yeah, well, I mean, I'd say it's, I mean, I'm trying to make it my profession, right? And I fucking love doing it. You know, it's one of those things that, this is what I really want to spend a lot of my time doing. Obviously, there's all the other shit with art, right? I have to, like, do social media stuff that's annoying. I have to, you know, I have to go to art fairs. I can't, you know, but hopefully, unless streaming takes off. Unless the streaming thing takes off. But that doesn't seem to be happening. God, that grape's really far to the right, huh? One of my friends whose channel has your stream success is trying to get in there. Oh, really? My best friend and his wife were both Air Force. They're, you know, they're finished now. They did like, I think one did 8 years, the other one did 7. I think. But they were into like logistics and stuff. They did a lot of logistical work for the Air Force. What was your what friend, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Maybe I'll check them out. They have me suggested. Was it Linatux? Yeah, so you know when Trump reordered the F2 the B2 bombers in 2018? That was one of my first projects at that company, was making the parts. This was for this assembly that went on wings and shit. The rest of the stuff was for newer planes, specifically for Northrop Grumman. Yeah, Linatux, yeah. So I actually knew Linatux's older brother. Like, we grew up in the same area, and that's how I got to know him. So we've known each other a long time now, actually. He has a few of my paintings. Those duck butts, the duck butts, and the skeleton smoking. Those are me. Well, I am cursed, and I have a thunderstorm that constantly follows me around, Trapper. Just constantly. You know, you run over one witch with your car, and then you get a forever curse. All it takes is one witch, everybody. Life has changed forever. Constantly, yeah. Are you sure? Because you know, they were living in the woods. You know, you're walking in the woods, you see a house, naturally you want to start eating it. You assume it's made out of candy. All right? You eat about a quarter of the house, they show up, they're pissed. Then you hit them with their car, and then they curse you in their dying breath. All right? And now I have a thunderstorm that constantly follows me around. All right, seems like a pretty unfair trade. Plus, the house wasn't made out of candy, which is bullshit. Fucking witch. Doesn't even have a candy house. Thank you for the follow, Trap. If that was your sister, I apologize for nothing. You know, the B2s, you'd be surprised how kind of loose it all is, Faison. Because those, you know, that paint, that, the B2s were started to be designed in the late 70s. Because it takes about 15 years from start to finish to design one of those fighter jets. But then they got the reorder, you know. So a lot of the stuff we did for Northrop was for their 15-year cycle for their next stuff. So, I forget how far in they were. They weren't like, you know, they were still years off from it being done, though. I'll say that. But it was still interesting. It was still very interesting to learn that, you know, world, or, you know, get exposure to it. All right. I do need to take a break, though, everybody. We got a piss. And maybe a few poos. Who knows? So we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to run ads during the break. Go piss my ass. I will. All right. God damn it, Mud. Damn it. Right in time for the break. You're all good, though. All right. Let's get these up and running. Faison, nice meeting you, buddy. You have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you again. All right. All right, everybody. We're going to take 5 minutes, going to run ads. We'll see you back soon. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's finally happened. That's right, Amizu. That was my first break of the stream. $185. Yep, welcome back to Mud specifically, obviously. Mud, are you up to date on Sumo? Yep. A little disappointed by Aonishiki yesterday. Yoshi always has his number, except for last one. But it just seems like him and Onosato are just really bad matchups for him. Maybe because they're like physically just as strong or stronger than him. Manifest, you're going for Yam? I'm still rooting for Aonishiki. I'm still rooting for Aonishiki. Uda is 2-0 as well. But, you know, they haven't had the competition yet. Onosato, though, 0-2. He is great. He had a disappointing tourney. Him and Uda last tournament both were in similar positions. They just had crazy hard schedules. But do you think Onosato's shoulders just fucked? I think Hosho's knee's fine. You think so? I know. I hear they really pressure Yokozunas to perform. I think it's because they don't want to return the advertising money, frankly. But I think that was a big thing with why them and Hakuho were at odds. Yeah, because I think it looks like, considering what it's been like 3 to 4 months, and he's losing matches he should be dominating, frankly. Well, this one, it's a little bit different, Richards. And I don't know, this is 3 sessions. I am being more careful, though. Listen, the Ma's particular. It's probably too much. Too much? It's too much. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah, he's still leading with the right shoulder. And when somebody has a good tachi eye, I think he's just like, he can't like do much post tachi eye with people who don't get just blown out from him. But also Hakano Fuji, he didn't wrestle yesterday, and there was somebody else who didn't. I forget their name though. But I'm talking about Division 1, of course. Abi pulled out today. He did not look good, but I didn't see him get hurt. Interesting. A lot of injuries in the upper division today, huh? So that'd be 3 then? Granted, I thought Onosato should have pulled out last tournament, but he still ended up 11-4, so I don't know. I mean, he does miss out on a lot of money, but I think he should just do it to get healthy. Like, I'm always surprised, like, you know, Hosh and Onosato, but Onosato overall seems to get the biggest cash. But you know who had the most advertisers? Did you hear that stat, Mud? Who had the most flags for this tournament? Yeah, Uda, because it's it's hometown advantage for your boy. But see, now I'm less inclined to paint. You know, I told you I was considering Onosato. I'm kind of less inclined to paint him. Yamamoto is up there. Shasta recommended Papayasu. And I might be leaning towards Papayasu at this moment. But I could do 2 as well. I just have other shit I want to do, so like that's why. Yeah. He's also popular. And he's so gosh darn likable. He also talked about, you know, the wife guy talked about his wife yesterday too, which was cute. Yeah, he had a good match yesterday. It's so hard to say who has the juice. I mean, Hosh has looked great. Hosh has looked really good. Papa Bear, that's right, Shasta. I know, I think I might be doing Papayasu. Yeah, Hosh looks like he's back in form, or where his knee isn't blatantly bothering him. Which is surprising to me. Yeah, you know, Yamamoto and Ura seem better too, but they also have easier competition. Shishi looks like Shishi. Kodo, I actually don't remember. Did Kodo Zakura win yesterday? Yep, the Waka brothers have. Actual still life trapper woman. Well, yeah, he did. Who'd he lose to though? He lost to Hosh, right? He lost to Hosh in round 1. But then he beat Onosato. All right. This is a live AI setup. Definitely AI. And live. It's new technology. Definitely live. Yep, that's primarily what I paint the vast majority of my stuff from life. Trapper Woman, if you go to my Instagram, a lot of that is just a lot of that shit was set up by me. I'm a very normal, well-adjusted man. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, he seems to have, at least from the first tournament to now this is my 3rd tournament watching, he seems to have leveled up Atami Fuji. Because he can legitimately just beat anybody. He's one of those, like Oho. Now, Oho is so much more inconsistent. But, like, Oho can truly just beat anybody on a given day. But Atami Fuji seems like so much more mature and understands things better. Consistently, I should say. Yeah, Trapper Woman, if you have any questions about, you know, any of the shit I'm doing, please don't hesitate to ask. But Atami Fuji, I think, has a really bright future. Like, I feel like Atami Fuji made the step that Yoshino Fuji hasn't made. If that makes sense, Mud. I would love to go watch sumo. I would literally sit there all day for all 15 days. I would sit at one of those sumo tournaments all day for all 15 days. Of course, Trapper. And if coincidentally, Trapper Woman, I'm taking a shot in the dark. If you have ever watched the show Mountain Monsters, you might want to look in my Instagram at some of the portraits I've done in the past. That's just a random shot in the dark, Trapper Woman. Yeah, and it's like he's just not figuring it out. He's just not figuring it out, Mud. Ask him about Phthalo Blue. Is Phthalo Blue... Phthalo Blue is not that interesting, but other blues are. Ultramarine is pretty good. Have you happened to have watched... This is just out of my curiosity. Have you watched Mountain Monsters, Trapper Woman? You despise... Why? Phthalo Blue is one of the best pigments you can use, but... No, actually, okay. All right. It was just a guess based as a possibility, because I would have ranted... You know what? You're lucky, because I would have ranted and raved at you for about 5 minutes if you had. You just avoided a ranting and raving from a maniac. Hey, me and my brother have Richards. Well, you know, well, Trapper, so you see, notice how all the colors on my palette are really, really strong, like saturated colors. Phthalo Blue is what you use to make really intense greens. Obviously, and Phthalo Blue is particularly good for the sky as well. Where Ultramarine Blue is really good for purples and dirty greens. Would you like me to demonstrate that difference? I won't hesitate to demonstrate. Oh, my shoulder's cracking. All right, there we go. All right. Trapper Woman did it, everybody. All right. They did it. They did this. All right. They did this. Okay. So what I mean by cold and warm is that Phthalo Blue, at least the Phthalo Blue I use, there are differences, different ones, has a little bit of yellow in it. A little bit of yellow in it. Or, you know, so it leans green. All right. Where Ultramarine Blue has a little bit of red in it. Okay? So it makes fantastic purples. So, if we take a little bit of our Phthalo Blue, take a little bit of our Ultramarine, that was a lot of Phthalo Blue I just took. But we take some of our Lemon Yellow, which is a very, very neutral yellow, and we mix it into Ultramarine Blue, and you notice we get a decent green. Okay. A decent green. All right. But now we take the same lemon yellow and we mix it with phthalo. And now you notice the difference. One looks a lot more brown, right? Oh, it's going in and out of focus. It's doing that shit again. God damn it. Hold on. I'll fix that. Hold. Hold. Okay. So you see how different those greens are? So you think about how many more colors you can mix with using both of those, right? Now, here's the deal. There are phthalo blues that lean red. Unfortunately, there's different types of phthalo blues. Now, for example, I know I'm fairly certain Winsor & Newton and Winton phthalo blue actually leans red and is much more similar to ultramarine blue. Okay? But other companies, that's not the case. Forced. Not the bitches. So here, I'll also show you it too in white, right? It's also very shown in titanium white, where let's just put that there. So phthalo blue and titanium white. Right, you can actually make teals with this phthalo blue, decent teals, right? And then with ultramarine blue, notice how you get this like more purpley. Let me try and, you're like right in the, don't want to show this in the shadow too much, but phthalo blue leaves nuts. But that's just another way to show it. I could even add a little bit more phthalo to this. There you go, everybody. A practical demonstration of the differences. You'll dust off your phthalo. Do you know if it's Winsor & Newton or Winton, Trapper Woman? Check. All right. But I will say, in like a forest setting, unless you're doing some exaggerated colors, like if you're doing just realism, the need for that strong green from phthalo blue is not that common. How you doing, Storm of Swords? It is. I am cursed and followed by a thunderstorm indefinitely. It's a very sad tale. Daylight savings time is the worst. God, I hate it. How's your risky business situation, Mudworks, going? I am the Eeyore of Northern Illinois. Mud, are you just risky businessing all around? Oh, Grumbacher? Oh, I missed it. Grumbacher. Then you're probably fine. Can you read a pigment number on it, Trapper Woman? Good, Mud. Good. Do you know the pigment number on Grumbacher, the Grumbacher, what it says? Does it say PB15 colon anything? Or is it just PB15? But the way you can check either way, Trapper Woman, is to take a neutral yellow or even just a normal yellow and see which one makes a better green. That's like the most practical way of checking. Good, Richards, good. PB15 colon 4. Let me look that one up. That could be green. That could be like turquoise. That could be phthalo blue turquoise. Really? Why do you say that? Odorous. (15:4). That could be turquoise. Yeah, that's a... Okay, so you got a turquoise one, Trapper Girl. So it's less blue, more green than this one. Well, I got a second go at this. So yeah, that one is pretty strictly green, Trapper Woman. Sorry, I'm scattering myself. That's an interesting. I gotta reflect on that. I think I'm looking more careful. Not necessarily as flippant about certain things. If that makes sense, Odorous. Now remember, the other one I did in one session too, you know? Put my good eyeballs on. No, I just grave robbed the other day. Oh, by the way, Odorous, did you hear about my plein air announcement? Alright, is everybody sitting down? I have an announcement that I made earlier in stream that many of you probably weren't here for. I make and sell paints, Trapper One. Oh, sorry. Hi, Manuel. You like pineapples? Sorry. Call you Thor. No, I was just cursed by a witch, Grumpy Artist. I was just cursed by a witch. So I am doing some dog watching, animal watching for my brother. And I'm going to be basically staying by my parents in his place for 6 days coming up. And I'm going to be plein airing all those days. All those days. So we have a plein air week coming up. Okay? And it's sponsored by Discovery. They have their new, instead of Shark Week this year, they're doing plein air week. So, and I might stream multiple times per day. Maybe some dogs. I'm taking care of 3 dogs, either a turtle or a tortoise, and 2 birds. So I'm also announcing that Shark Week is canceled. I think so, Grumpy Artist. I haven't been able to plein air since it's been too cold. The turtle? I don't know. Somebody said it could be a tortoise. Richard thinks it might be a tortoise. It might be. I'm going to have to verify that at another point, though. But Shark Week is canceled, everybody. Shark Week is canceled. That's true. Remember when it was like, it got like meme popular? I always got annoyed with the people who were like really into Shark Week all of a sudden. Like when Step Brothers came out, the Step Brothers movie. It really was. And then and then it just kind of got overplayed. And it ruined itself. Plein air week may just catch on. It might. It might. But we're gonna do. I'm gonna do some oil painting and pastels that week. Also, I might be getting another skeleton and do some outdoor skeleton work for plein air week as well. Yeah, I'll keep it away from them. I don't think they're going to be outside while I'm outside painting, just to avoid any shenanigans. I don't want them eating lead paint. I also don't want to overwhelm myself. I bet, Maddie. I bet. As you know, stomach's gonna bother me. Don't often get to use this range of pinks, which is always kind of nice. It does, Maddie, doesn't it? I think I'm really capturing my essence. Like this. Maybe a little bit all out. That edge is a little off, in my opinion. No, that needs to be a little bit more... less red. My original intent to is, but now I'm not as confident, Maddie. I'm getting a little bit of a stomach thing. But we'll see. I still got I'm on the verge of starting to finish it, Maddie. I really like the grapes are starting to go on me too, so it's like it would be good if I can finish this. No, I don't think it's poops. But I'm just getting like, I don't know, a little stomach discomfort. I should probably finish the orange bottle and see how I feel about that, because I don't know how long I'm gonna like, see, now the cheese looks all fucked up to me now. That cheese. Big farts. See, now I feel like I gotta move this up a little bit. But can I, like, how long have I been going for? About 3.5 hours so far. Can I finish in 6 hours? Or will I get to 6 hours and be like, okay, I still need 2 hours on this? That's the situation I'm trying to avoid the most. Paint better. Capture an essence. Excuse me, may I ask you a question? But I'm still committed for a bit for today. I guess it doesn't even matter because I'm going to go at least 6 hours today. But there are some things in this I don't have a good idea about how long it's going to take me, aka to get to where I want it to be. Like the grapes. These grapes seem wrathful. Very wrathful. Have a good one, Trapper One. Thanks for hanging out. Till next time. Gotta be free, gotta be mean, gotta be everything. No, why don't you like me? Walk out the door. Alright, let's move to finishing this bottle. Let's see how I feel after that. Let's see how long it takes me to get this to a spot that I want. Too much. It might not take me that long. But we'll see. I've never been wrong before, though. Some other color got on here. Very red heavy. That's okay for this mark. happen. Fresh paper towels. Yeah. I got the lung. I got the lung, mud. It's only a matter of time for me. Also, I sent this in the Discord. But if anybody wants prints of a painting that is their prints not available for, or you want better photos for the prints that do exist, there's not a lot. Please let me know by Thursday, because I'm dropping off paintings to get photos done. And I will prioritize stuff that people, even if you just have like even if you're, this is not a, like, you're gonna order them. I'm just saying if you might even have interest, I will prioritize those ones. Okay? Make sense to everybody? Oh. We gotta do some brighter marks here. Ugh, our stomach. Kind of feels like cramping. All I've had is 15-day old clearance ham. It's not like that bad at the moment, but I'm keeping an eye on. Go poop and go to bed. Not tired. I got sumo to watch too. We'll see. I won't hesitate to call it. I just like I won't. No, clearance ham is will never get you sick. No, I actually didn't have clearance ham today. I had a burrito. So, Dia, what's new? Clean that up. Fuck. Can't think of anything, although I did go back to the dentist today. Oh, that's okay. Well, I hope that wasn't awful. Oh, that's cool, Dia. Well, that's exciting. I'm glad you're doing that. Yeah. I'm glad that I'm very glad that you're doing something like that. Is Zima gonna publish it? Or do we need to contact our lawyers to get a hold of Zima? By the way, did you hear Mitty mention Zima on the stream last night? Because Zima's a Japanese company. Yep. I might just have to go to Japan just to bring Zima back. Hi, Salome. How you doing? All right. So now these brights. I was thinking that my bright marks that I did last time were a little bit off and not severe enough. So we have to remedy that. Now I'm only using lead white for this. We'll see how this looks. Maybe even a little bit brighter than that. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I didn't want to have to go into titanium white, but I think I have to. It's just not there. That got a little wide too. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining me today. And now I cut into it too much. Jesus. Mary and Joseph. Now I think it's too thin. This is, well, you were here for this one, right? I kind of did the same one twice in a row. Kind of. This one's for my ma! YouTube stream's only vertical now. Also, why are we hitting acrylics again? It's vertical until I can figure out the dual streaming reliably, Sean. Well, it's still a painting. Yeah, I don't call it that. I call it a painting. I approach that as a whole nother painting, but it was to give my ma reference about this, which he was requested. Then it was this one. It was this one then. I thought this was the one you saw. So Sean, we're hitting acrylics again because they have huge varnishing issues. Like to the point that they can't really reliably clean off varnish. And it compounds the issue because the surface is stickier, so it attracts more dust and shit that they can't clean off. I know, it's kind of the same with me. Oh, God. Oh, that was really dehydrating. Why would you do that to me, Salome? Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm selling oil paints. Like not like what? Sorry, is there something specific you're referencing? Are they not listed on my site? Thank you, Mud. Trying to trick me? Hi, Clippy. Oh, fucking shit. Beans. Cax. Thank you, Bud. Does that titanium white have does the titanium white have zinc in it as well? Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Yeah, you shouldn't use it then. Sorry, but you should throw that out. Well, good. It's garbage. It's garbage. It quacks. Quack. 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 It does. It also does some other things. It fucks with cleaning as well, Mud. I found out. Let me that. Well, then that duck will probably fall apart and won't be able to quack for long. I know, Paperclip. I know. Trying to climax. Not hitting it. Sean, you still there? You're looking? Okay. Yeah, it was a study from about the acrylic shit, about conserving them from what's the place in Washington D.C. The big museum, or one of the big museums, was talking about that with acrylics. That they don't even recommend varnishing, like they don't do a full recommendation on even varnishing them. Smithsonian, thank you. Thank you. Stuff I didn't really think about when I was doing the other research on it. Yeah, no, this is not meant to change your mind or anything like that, but that's just why I'm back on the hating acrylics from my perspective. I'm trying to climb. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's mainly a problem for canvas shit anyways, but it was something I did not know about. I think we kind of hit the effect we needed there. Okay. Yeah. Frankly, it surprised me, but I should have been able to put that together when I was reading up on how... So, for anyone who doesn't know, acrylics remain... Like, they're much softer when dry than oil. And apparently, because of electrostatic electricity, stuff like that, it attracts dust. And because it's soft, the dust can actually ingrain into the paint itself. And it's almost impossible to clean off. I know, I hate this time change mud. So anyways, also the other problem aspect of this is acrylics have a lot of problems with standing up to solvents. So you can't clean off that dust without damaging the paint layer. So then when it comes with varnishes, you cannot really apply a varnish that can be removed without damaging the paint. So the Smithsonian even goes as far to recommend not varnish it. Well, so when you don't varnish it, you still have to deal with the dust that you can't clean off. So you don't have protection from the dust. And then, because you can't clean it off effectively. And then without varnishing, you also have issues with getting the right surface finish to show colors in the way you would like to, or most effective way. So it's really just a double-edged issue here. Mud, are you going to sleep, or are you risky businessing staying up? What would Tom Cruise do here, Mud? Stay up till 5 in the morning and watch sumo? Yes. Yes, exactly. That's what he'd do. Mud, this time change also really fucked with my sumo. Now it doesn't end till 4 in the morning for me. John Candy. Have you ever painted with acrylics? I did miniatures with them. No, yeah, on paintings, no. I have not done an acrylic on a canvas. Maybe I'll make that a big point redeem. I don't know. The thing is, I'm not going to buy acrylics to do that, so I'm just going to use shitty acrylics, so if I were to ever do that. Most likely. I wouldn't be able to hide my bias as well, Sean, in that context. Just straight up, like, I will just... I would have problems, like, trying to look at it objectively. But I also don't doubt, Sean, that I could find acrylics and use a medium that would make them act more like oils that I'd be kind of satisfied with. Yeah. But then it's like, why wouldn't I just oil paint if I'm trying to make them like oil paints, you know? Part of that. Swore them off. Swore off of them. That's pretty neutral. And darker than I would think it would be. Probably needs to be a little bit lighter. Maybe a little bit more purpley. You know? Something like that. Comes down here. Go a little bit more into blue for some of these. Now let's make this mark along the edge. Yeah, those can get pretty stinky. I used to use one for miniatures. But also, you know, I wouldn't want to mix my acrylics with water. Or too much water. Like, I would avoid that. Personally. Now, what the fuck is that color? Is it just... How aggressive do I need to go with this? It looks a little bit more... I think I'd regret not doing this purple. But also desaturated. B. Aggressive. I'm balancing out my aggression with things that won't bother my ma. Since this is a gift. That color is okay. Now let's go another little step up. Medium by Golden is the thinnest liquid medium I found to use with acrylics. Interesting. That might be a little bit thick or fucking... Okay. Let's fix some shit. We gotta go darker over here and... clean this edge up a little bit. Good. I do a lot of dry brushing in acrylic. For that I don't... Well, I thought you still wet... Yeah, I mean, at least in miniatures, you would still wet it. But mine doesn't thin my paint. Gotcha. Okay. Now, we got a couple bright dots. Here. And here. Then we gotta do... the next layer up on this area. Like that, like so. And maybe catch a little bit here and here and here. Maybe another little step up. It's a lot of like random glare. See, if I was going really aggressive, I would put in some other colors here. Maybe some strong. Let's just do it. Fuck it. If I have to redo it, I'll redo it. Like, put a couple of just like strong blue in areas. I mean, I know that doesn't seem severe, but bear with me, right? God damn it. I also want to clean up that. Okay. You like the blue there? Yeah. Yeah, you said I'm using. Just wouldn't have to keep on the palette. Yeah. I think I need to darken up this area a little bit. Which is fine. Okay. Now we blow its fucking socks off. But I don't have like any white on the palette. But we'll do this. Which I might have to clean up. Like that. Okay. Let me get more white out. I gotta make more titanium white soon. And then we're just gonna do a dot. I could do a dot of yellow as well. I could. And I think this also means I should do a couple of these marks. All right. I see something else now that I want to address. Okay. You know what? Because I'm not hitting this effect well. Yeah, that's it. How are we liking the bottle? Very like? Good. Good. Amizu, Sean, any thoughts? Or Oh, fuck you. Who did it? I'm not looking yet. Maddie. You goddamn son of a bitch. This could probably be not as dark. So we'll go into a color right there. Good. Good. You're so mean to me. I have never been mean to you. Alright, now we gotta take a little risk. We gotta take a little Richard risk here. And see if I can do these. So let's scoot up. Rest arm. I think that does the effect I need it to on its own. Probably need one up above as well. Looking good from here, good? Alright. Thank you, Sean. That's a little bit much. Could probably clean that up. If anybody does think anything looks like shit or I need to address anything, please don't hesitate to tell me. Backseat painting is allowed. Won't necessarily be listened to.
Fire the nuclear weapon!
Oh my god, a raid! Welcome in. Bye. Alright, King of Aces. I see how it is. King of Aces doesn't like me. Welcome in, Raiders. Dom Kizzle, thank you for the raid, bud. What were you working on? Post your links before I burn this place to the ground. I have a Mizu, actually. And I made them in oil paints. The first paints I made were actually fluorescent ones before I knew anything. And I didn't store them in bottles. I stored them in jars and they dried up. Good. Good. Everybody go follow Dom Kizzle. I've been following him for at least 3 millennia, and so should you. Get on in here. Oh, I'm following you. I've been following him for at least 3 millennia. Very cool. I like your use of colors. Very Fauvist. I watched that video, Mizu, on Fauvism. Oh, cool. That sounds good, Dom. Sounds like a good old time. Congratulations on 7 years. I'm doing a painting for my mom. Bug. Still life, painting from life. Boom pow. There we go. Yeah, none of the colors last Mizu, and like golden and readily emits to it. They'll fade in like a year, Mizu. I literally watched a video from Golden talking about it too. To their credit, they don't try and hide that shit. Alright, I think I should finish the cheese next. So if I do use another session, I don't have to bring the cheese back. I've done still life but not from life. You should, Dom. It's really easy, bud. Because, you know, look at... Here. Son of a bitch. There we go. So, you know, you just set this shit up in front of you. You know, just do something simple. I recommend doing simple stuff first until you get, you know, get your bearings. But it's you know, it's a really great way to learn. And I highly recommend it. Especially for seeing color and stuff. Yeah, we'll finish the cheese so I can actually just eat it instead of just stare at it longingly. Like I do. We might have to finish the cloth too then. Actually, if we're not having the cheese, we might have to finish the cloth as well. And if we finish the cloth, we're going to have to finish the grapes. You know, frankly, the grapes are the biggest problem in this equation because the grapes aren't doing well, everybody, okay? The grapes aren't doing well. They've seen better days. Making raisins. They're just kind of getting soft. Some are falling off, you know. You know, several have gotten voted off the island. They're very cutthroat over there. Starting to do larger work, so spending on... Yeah, you've been doing a lot. I mean, you've been streaming a lot too, Omizu. It's been nice to see, bud. For anyone who doesn't know, Omizu Paints streams on YouTube, everybody. Another artiste. One of my rivals. And not in the cool anime way, but in the one where we throw Molotov cocktails at each other. Omizu does stream, Maddie. The one that's gonna go down for millennia. Painting, we only paint to compete. They don't stream on Twitch, Maddie, just YouTube. But remember, everybody, if you're not competing with somebody in painting, start to, okay? All right? And remember to take my alpha male classes, okay? So you can physically beat them up. All right? Because that's all that matters here. Eat my farts. I will not eat any of these farts that you speak of. I've been tricked one too many times. Again, 0 views. Yeah. I've seen better days. Good old confident brushstroke. Too orange. Too orange. Have a good one, Dom. Thank you for the raid, bud. You, Sean, feel free, bud. feel free to. You do great work. A lot of people would like to see it. All right. Well, like I said, don't let like thinking about spamming. You can post shit there every day. Now, if you did like, yeah, like 300 in a row on the same day, yeah, I'd say space them out. But you know, there's no, you know, I don't think you're planning on doing something like that. Or are you? I would like to leave Instagram, like, but I think for advertisement, I unfortunately still need to use it. I've seen better days. I get it. I get it, Sean. You know, just between like doom scrolling, like how it kind of like makes you see other shit that you don't want to see too. Hi, Karen. How are you? Might be too dark next to it. Ooh, what's up? Shit. Yeah.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm trying, Mud. Trying. But sometimes your best isn't good enough. Get it together. You sicken me. Caught a cold? That stinks. Doing all right. Just painting. Figuring stuff out. Was hoping to get this done today, but it doesn't look like I will be. Thankfully, the stomach thing subsided. But now it's just a matter of how much time I want to spend doing this today. Pass with farts, true. Well, thank you, Karen. The croissant's not done actually, but I appreciate Silver. The wine bottle's the champagne bottle is the one that's officially done. A classic stream till 2 a.m. I could probably get it done by then, but I don't want to miss sumo. I don't want to miss sumo. See, sumo is good for me, Mud. Staying up late and watching sumo is good for me. Champagne. Yep. Champagne. Nice, Mud. It's good to have a good risky business every once in a while. Well, Mud, I'm in it to win it, so I'm going to stay up. Plus, Anishki is usually near the end, and I want to watch this. You know, all like the people I really want to see are at the end. So I just can't help myself. Are you watching the babies sumo right now?
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, hooray! Nathaniel still in Division 5. They keep raiding. They just won't stop. Get on in here. Get on in here. What were you up to? Post your links before I have a conniption. I won't hesitate to have a conniption live on stream. So I better see some links. We're in Division 4 already. I will connect. Oh, nice. All right. You want to post any links? Or am I going to have this conniption? No worries. Uh-oh, I'm connecting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's happening. Oh, God. Oh, not again. Yeah, Discord image links are perfectly fine. I didn't know that about you, Omizu. You and your secrets.
I have been lifting weights and doing cocaine all
You need
day.
help, Maddie. Wait, no, if it's graffiti, I did know you did some graffiti. But I didn't know you went, like, to, like, really, difficult places. It's a physical setup, Karen. Let's see. Oh, cool. Well done, Nathaniel. Yeah, Karen here. I saw you watching Scotty the other day. Or Scott. Just didn't have time to say hi. Or didn't, like, was doing other stuff. What game mode? Okami? Oh. What game is that? I've not heard of that. Or I'm not familiar. I might have heard of it. I don't know it off the moment, at the moment. Young person's game? Oh wait, you're talking about graffiti. Very action adventure. You play a dog god in battle via... Oh, that's cool. Oh, geez, Karen. I hope you get well soon. Lot of freights, Omizu. You see those all the time here. Thank you, Augustus Bucciart. Welcome in. If you have any questions, Augustus, please let me know. And anyone new in here, I am a desperate man for YouTube subs. If you could find it in your heart to subscribe to my YouTube, it would be greatly appreciated. Hi, Sashi. Very quiet. Thank you, Augustus. Augustus, sweetheart, don't save room for later. Good. Mud, why do you always expose me like this? Yeah, I will, because I got a lot. I'm expecting to have some more CAD work soon. I'm just kind of get things settled with that. But yeah, if you want to see more CAD work, I'm happy to do it. I actually have to make something tonight, but I'm not going to stream that. I don't have to make something tonight. I'm going to make something tonight. Yeah, I will. Fuck. What do you, anything specific you want to see done, Sashi? You want me to make you anything? From back in the day, yeah, Augustus. I used to regularly go 10 to 12 hours. Now I kind of keep them 4 to 6. But I'm a man without a mission who just likes to who just enjoys painting. Egg on your hands. But thank you, Augustus. I really enjoy painting. And I'm trying to make it my profession. Oh, did you? Why, are you just not enjoying it, Augustus? The joy of painting, if you will. A sincere joy of painting and the challenges it presents. Computer-aided design, Karen. I used to do that for a lot of my work, so I'm kind of a high-end expert in several 3D modeling softwares. And I streamed it fairly recently. Did it, Augustus? Well, don't get me wrong. I'm broke as fuck. But trying to figure out different ways to manage. Oh, gotcha, Augustus. What country are you from, Augustus? So we could all take our collective revenge against them. Italian, Brazilian. Yeah, I was expecting Italy. All right, everybody, we have to swear a blood oath to take down Italy and Brazil. All right, everybody swear your blood oaths. Good. Good. HR will record them. Both, yeah, we're doing both. No, Maddie, since you're a mod here, you automatically have to. It's already been signed and documented by HR. See, Karen knows. Pizza party, everybody. We got Augustus. We got Augustus with the blood oath, everybody. That's a pizza party. The old blood oath trick worked, everybody. Break out the Dixie cups and the RC, everybody. God, we have a lot of pizza parties coming up, huh? Nope, Yambari, it's only lean cuisine. One single serving lean cuisine cheese pizza for everyone to share. And 2 liters of RC cola. We can't afford to do anything else. But that blood oath towards Brazil and Italy is real, though. We have to deliver on that. All right? We have to deliver on that by Q4. I'm in Illinois, Augustus. Illinois, and in the horrible country of United States of America. Yeah, you got time, but like Q4. The embarrassment that is, yes. A good way of putting it, Mud. Oh, nice. Who's that? Augustus. Who are you referencing? Maybe we know them. We know a few. Nikifor. I'm not familiar. We'll have to check them out. Do you know if they're streaming today? If they're streaming today, maybe we raid them. John Candy. Trying to climb. Or Ross and Twitch. Okay. How's this cloth looking, everybody? A little under 4.5 years ago, this. Oh, I think it looks like shit. Like dog shit. On a cold summer day. You missed a lot, Odorous. I gotta darken up this side a bit. So let's do so. I did connect. There was a conniption because of Nathaniel. Thank you, Nathaniel. Yep. Gonna be too blue. Let's get some U in there. Let's get some U. Let's see how this looks. Because I'm not painting the dark shadow, but I do need to, like, bring down the color on these edges. Or bring down the value, I think, to make it look like... That might be enough. Should probably smooth that out over here now. The bottle is mint. That's true. Thank you, Yambari. I like how the bottle turned out. Just got to make sure that, like, you know, shit looks good all around. So now I'm bringing that. I might have to bring that back up a bit. How does the cloth look underneath it, everybody? Bring this back down a little bit. There we go. Kind of like that. On the edge of glory. Cover that up. Wears out my shoulder. I'm on the edge of glory. Yeah. It's really overexposed, though, from, like, you guys looking at it, so unfortunately it's not going to be a great, you know... Could just cover this up. My string beanie arms and sunken chest. Yeah, impression. I'm an impressionist boy, Augustus. I haven't finished the cheese yet, so I don't know why I did all this random other shit. Why did I do this? Well, you know, like I said, like I've said, impressionism is a form of realism, you know. Is that too... Probably needs to go more orange yellow. Is it, do you think if the grapes were done, you might feel better about it? too much red. No, not enough, maybe. It's tough for you guys to see the values I'm seeing. There are lines in it. Maybe I could bring out some of those details a little bit. We'll give it another college try after this cheese. Cheese it, the fuzz. I'm on the end of glory. No, I don't. I just like I think about them a lot, but I don't. I've never done like a master copy or anything like that. I am philosophically kind of opposed to that. I think the question mark bend strokes on the right of the cheese are nice. You fiddle in the middle? Always. Tell me what you think. So, I don't think copying another one's work gives you the benefits that you'd want to paint like them with regards to Impressionism. Okay? Because in my opinion, Impressionism is a philosophy, is a translation of your philosophy to painting. Whereas copying it defeats the entire purpose of what Impressionism is as a methodology and philosophy. So, like, I don't think you could be an Impressionist because you copied an Impressionist or copied their strokes. It's like understanding the toolbox needed to do those brush strokes, those simple, confident brush strokes and shapes. And that's why. So, like, you could say, oh, wow, look at the simplicity of the shapes. But if you're not looking at what they're looking at in person, it's hard to even understand what their translation was. So I personally have always avoided doing that. Now, could it actually benefit? Maybe. But I think that doing another repetition and painting from life will benefit me far greater, especially over the long run of dedicating that time to just doing a brand new painting and setup. Yeah, I don't think it serves a purpose as far as teaching, especially in the Impressionistic mindset. Impressionistic philosophy. Which ones have you preferred, Augustus? Or have you done? I'm on the edge of glory. Bierstadt, Frederick Church, and Peter. I am not familiar with any of those people's work. Now, do you? I take it you have a focus on realism versus like impressionism, and I have to say my lens of view is through impressionism, mind you. Can I say that for sure with realism? I think you study their techniques as far as their methodology, but I don't know how much that would translate to physically copying their work. Immortal Masters. Well, I'll look into them. I shall. That's not me commenting on like I think they're bad or anything like that. But, you know, and you know, based on where you are in the world, you see different people's stuff. Unfortunately. I thought that was the brush. I guess this is it. Between lines. Maybe go a little bit more yellow with that. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm an impressionism boy through and through. It's what I've always liked. It's what I consider the like pinnacle of painting. Like at the view of painting as a skill, I don't think there's I think the impressionistic painting is where it is found. How are we liking these marks, everybody? Vladimir Vologov. I don't know that one either, unfortunately. I'd love to see them. They're okay. They're probably better than okay. They're okay, I guess. Okay-ish. One second, I'll bring that up. Very good and expressive use of colors. Yeah, he's very good. 40 by 30 inches, too. I like it. Expressive brushwork, expressive use of colors. Do you think the golden age of an illustration is peak? What years is that, Sean? I hate everything equally. For his time, gotcha. I'm not big into hyperrealism, as you all know. There's the Insta. All right. Thank you, man. You know what? I have seen... no, I'm already following this guy. I do know him. Thought it looked good. Or I thought I recognized him. I'm already following Volgov. I just didn't recognize his name. I remember Art Volgov. Well, I think that's a blessing. I think that's a blessing, August. Really, that? Why am I not getting, like... Is it that bright over there? Thomas Kincaid fan? Me? Don't even know Thomas. I believe I know the name. It was John Singer Sargent, yeah, was the one that was like my first. Was like, oh, I want to be like him. But then there's some others. No, I have an Instagram. Look at the links below, Augustus, or exclamation point Insta. I also, oh wait, you already, I had the YouTubes as well that you already said you were checking out. Oh, Karen doesn't. Oh, gotcha. Here I am. Let it go. Let it go. Thank you, Mud. Really? Wait, is that where I know the name from? Richards? Maybe that's where I know the name from. The work of Brian Swords of York. Are you talking about Richards? Oh, I think I even have his book. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Lots of land. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you said that book, the like Theory of Color and Light, I believe is the book or something like that. I ordered it, read through most of it, but I'm a visual learner. Didn't really get much out of it. Yeah, it does. It does. See if this works. Is this where I want to go with this? Here I am. Fuck was that, Mark? What was I thinking? Son of a bitch. No, yeah, post your links. You guys have free reign to post your links. Just none of those pornos like Maddie posts. Oh my god! Looted! 5? 5. That was not a 5-point kill. Or a 5 oily point kill. God damn it. Ambush. That's right, Zach. Good work. Do you know how many paintings he sold in 7 years? Who? I saw a guy who does 3 hours of live streaming a day, making fun of artists, making fun of art, and painting with a projector. Ugh. Maybe it's either more than I expected or 0, Augustus. How many? Guy kind of sounds like a shithead, though. $18,000? Was he selling them for expensive or? I mean, he might as well be doing AI shit, to be honest with you. That, like, he's clearly just there to make money. Let it go, let it go. Oh, was it Zach? But I will ask you this, Augustus. I know we have to keep the lights on, right? But first and foremost, if we don't enjoy doing this, then it's pointless to begin with. We might as well get another job. You get what I'm saying, Augustus? I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't enjoy painting. First and foremost. Because I have marketable skills. Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of painting with a projector or tracing. I understand why people do it. I just don't. I feel like it's even if you're like, you know, pressed for time, sure, but like, God, it just does not benefit you at all. You know, and that's a bit pompous for me to say. I don't. That fact is not lost on me. But I don't like the idea of giving up on your craft. I do kind of blame the guy a bit. Because he's like making fun of other artists and he's making a mockery of like what the craft is in the first place. The craft or the skill. And so it's just very nihilistic. Oh, they're just as bad, but I don't think, you know, I don't like. Well, they're annoying, but here's the thing, right? He's still doing it too. So it's like, I don't want to like dismiss the. Sorry, I'm not dismissing that fact that the people are not good in the situation, but Christina Weavers. I feel like I've heard of her, Sean. I'd have to take a look. Yeah, so, I mean, he's not a painter. Well, Richards, do you think McDonald's is not innocent? Like, do you think McDonald's is... Do you think the people who go to McDonald's are not as bad? Because there are people who have to go to McDonald's. There are literally people who have to. Right? And then for them, like, to also, like, do research into, like, addictive qualities of food and to market it towards children and things like that are predatory. And then, once again, there are people who have to because of the food situation in the area that they live in, right? And frankly, we should be more stringent on McDonald's. Like, So yeah, I don't like, you know, obviously there are some aspects of that, like why do people support it? And there are plenty of people who go there that I think shouldn't. But, you know, that's not the whole totality of it. Oh, Mud, you're not staying up? You didn't last long, huh? Oh, McDonald's is also now way too fucking expensive, too. All right, do we want to... Should I do the croissant? I think I could still do the croissant. Yeah, Sean. Good night, Mud. Nini, rest well. Suzanne, croissant time. I can do the... God, do I just fucking do the grapes too? What time is it? I've been going for like 6 hours. Little less than 6 hours. The croissant will go fast. Let's get the croissant done. Maybe do grapes. So then it's just glasses and shit that I need to do. For the next stream. Well, thank you, Odorous. Let it go, let it go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. He says, Richards, go on, search his name, Augustus Bucci Art on Instagram. I think he said it's the same name everywhere. Richards, I think he said it's the same name everywhere. The modern but Western towns have the same issue. Thank you, Aaron. How you doing, bud? Oh, there it is. Richards, there's the Instagram link. Let's take a look. Sorry, I didn't look earlier. I'll follow too. Oh, very cool. I like your landscapes. Well done. Well done, Augustus. I do too, Sean, desperately. You're welcome, Augustus. Painting the night away. Good. Just painting badly as usual. Just painting badly as usual. Yeah, see, I would love the city like that. That's what I miss about Europe when I was there. Should probably interject a little bit of a green mark here. We'll try that out. By painting badly, you mean in the best way possible, then hell yeah? Well, thank you, Aaron. But I don't appreciate your lies and slander. It won't be forgotten. Are you a 3D master? That must be a super interesting field. Like, modeling, I did for a decade plus as a job. The bad work. Thank you, Aaron. See, there we go. There we go. We have all that and more. You just need to move to Oakland. Yeah. Maybe Oakland is where I need to end up one day. Thank you, Yambari. Thank you so much for the kind words, Aaron. Nice seeing you here. Much appreciated. Good God! The green mark should be over here, shouldn't it? A greenish mark. That's good. That's good. Good God, yo. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Does anyone else watch Tasting History of the Mexican? I feel like I have. See the guy who makes like recipes from like Rome and shit? All right, I'm going to do the grapes today, everybody. We're going to do the grapes. But then we're going to call it. I don't feel like doing the glasses and then fixing the background today. There'll be a quick session. Maybe we'll even do it tomorrow. Maybe we'll even do it tomorrow, everybody. Where are the brightest marks? We're going to try some other colors. Highlights up here. How's the croissant looking to people? Croissant is croissanting. Okay. Even more like food. Good. All right. I did want this to look like food. That is true. I'm not really getting... Okay, I see what I need to do. There's a lot of shit on that brush. Nick's I still got the Grapes of Wrath to do. Fucking A. I still got the Grapes of Wrath. Which I really do want to finish today. Well, thank you, Zach. I need just... maybe I just go this bright. Kind of missing the shape a little bit. There we go. Good. All right, let's go on to the Grapes of Wrath. Before I just do one more thing. But just one more thing. Shoulder. Okay. All right, time for the Grapes of Wrath, huh? I was hoping somebody knew what Columbo was. Thank you. Thank you for that, Zach. Who murdered me and would be in an episode of Columbo getting caught for murder. It's funny. My parents were never like big into shows like that, but now that they're like kind of retired and hanging out at home, they play a lot of those fucking old shows like Columbo and Murder She Wrote and stuff on their TV when they're like eating lunch. Maybe I should desaturate this a little bit more. Have some variation. So I'm not kind of like, my plan is not to like do all the grapes, obviously the same shade of green initially. I'm going to mark out a bunch of them, but I'm going to vary up. I'm going to do some variation, but not going to be exacting, obviously. They are catching up, but isn't there a ton of Columbos? No, just the one. Who wrote Murder, She Wrote? Agatha Christie. Same guy who made the A-Team. Ba, 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 ba. You mean American Sniper, Richards. The greatest film ever made. Now that I'm an alpha male, I'm really into American Sniper. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. So leave a message at the beep. Where could I be? What just happened to my YouTube feed? That's weird. YouTube, are you still good? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Have a good night, Zach. Enjoy your riches while you can. Well, that Amizu, when I lived in Iowa for that 1 year, it was shocking how everybody knew each other and hated each other. It felt like a bizarro world. A lot. I mean, I am going to do abstractions. It probably won't take me that long. I just don't feel like doing it today. Because I've already been going for a while, and it's kind of one of those things. I'm just kind of like a little bit mentally exhausted. But everything, you know, with how I paint, everything is abstracted to a certain bit, right? What do I need to show here to relay the information that I need? Right, is always what's up at the front of my mind. And it's from Ma! That's right. Goddamn right, it's from Ma. I have one chance. To earn my mother's love. Nope. I mean, it dries in between, but that's not like a mandatory thing. A lot of my paintings I've just done completely wet into wet. So I don't use any dryers. I try to actively avoid things that are negative for the paint layer. Dryers can lead to some issues that I want to avoid, especially when you're painting thick. Dryers are no good. But several of the pigments I use are fairly quick drying as well. I don't use. I only use linseed oil, oleo gel, which is from linseed oil and stand oil. As mediums, I don't use anything else. I don't use walnut, poppy, or safflower oil. Only linseed oil. Yeah, paint on linen. I have painted on wood, but I prefer linen. We never use zinc. Nope, no zinc white ever. Don't even joke about that, Maddie. Zinc white is the devil. If you have it, if it's in your titanium white, you should throw it out. No, we don't. We do not. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Oh yeah, what's the book? No cubism. What's the book, Augustus? Traditional oil paint, Virgil Williot. Well, a lot of oils don't dry, Richards. That's why you don't see them. I think Richardson ads. Where could I be? Virgil Elliott. Okay. Go anywhere. I just want to stay home and paint. Yeah. That's the dream, Amizu. I use lead white, Augustus. Lead white is one of the best pigments you can use for archival properties. For archival properties. Believe it or not, floating on in. I mean, outside of the toxicity, it's fantastic. The main reason why we have so many Renaissance paintings still around today is because of lead white. Interesting. Ropey paint is overpowered. It is interesting how pigments are what like dictates that too. It's too big of a grape, huh? My grapes. Traveled all over the world, went to factories. Interesting. Yeah, I'm big into using good pigments. And that means a lot of modern pigments. You know, The weakest pigment I'm forced to use is titanium white. His own group on Facebook is a great guy. It's just interesting. Good to know. Good to know. I will have to investigate. I'm glad there's people doing that. Very glad, because that's a big need. It's just art education that actually deals with important subject matter that I think goes overlooked quite a bit. Nobody hates zinc white more than me. Ask the people in chat. Does he hate solvent? Does he hate solvent? Oh, he's 80 years old? Awesome. I would love to meet this guy. I hate zinc. Yeah, live I don't like zinc. I don't like solvent. I mean, granted, solvent's not the end of the world, but it doesn't do anything beneficial. I don't use any pigments that have light fast issues, like Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, dioxazine purple, Hansa yellows. I only use linseed oil. Listen, this guy might be my soulmate. This guy might be my soulmate. Is he single? Don't we all, Hanser? Don't we all? No, it's just it's a shit. Like, that's why I'm so like I get so frustrated with the paint companies. They do all these things that are just bad for the artist. Not liking these grapes so far, everybody. My grapes. My sweet, juicy grapes. Linseed oil in a small amount. He always mentions breaking the adhesive effect of the paint. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. So, I'm not going to get into technical terms, but I've recently, like, I blacklist a lot of companies because so many use safflower oil, so many use walnut oil, and it's just marketing gimmicks. There's no, like I said, there's no sufficient reason you can tell me that like walnut oil is a better option than linseed oil, especially because as I've read more into it, the like less yellowing effect is like a perceived thing. It's not like a proven thing. And then for archival benefits, you want to keep the best ratio between oil and pigment. You want to use flexible, especially on your base layers, flexible oils. That's why I put stand oil in my paints. Yeah, poppy oil is the worst one of the drying oils. Then it's safflower, sunflower, and then walnut, but then linseed is by far the best. You can't paint with clove oil. Who do we hate because they're labeling? Michael Harding. Yeah, Michael Harding with their bullshit deceptive labeling. Fuck them. And they do all like the marketing gimmicks too. I hate companies that offer too many paints. Like this is kind of an odd one. I don't like, now this won't make me blacklist the company, but I don't like when companies offer tons of colors because they're just mixing up colors and trying to deceive you into buying more paint when you already can mix it. The only thing I might be a little off on with this gentleman is probably aluminum stearate. And I might, that might be the single biggest issue with the colors I add it to. They are fuckers, Dia. I know, it is, isn't it, Hanser? I know Mark Carter. Mark Carter's great. What's unfair, Sean? Offering too many colors? Yeah, but it's done to a predatory amount. So, for example, there are companies that will have like 3 or 4 colors of the line of the same 2 pigments mixed together. I don't think that's good business. Yeah, I think selling too many convenience mixes is bad business. I'm not going to say it's not a gray area. This is a matter of my ethics. I think a company selling this, like, quinacridone magenta with different amounts of titanium white is wrong. Like, I think they're doing it, and for the amounts they charge, I think a company offering 260 watercolors is bad, too. I'm in agreement with too many pigments being bad business. Sometimes seeing people palettes do the thing. Well, exactly. Well, Aaron, and the thing is, it's not even different pigments. It's the same pigments with different ratios of mixing. And they'll say that you can't get they'll say, these new colors, blah, blah. It's not new colors. It's just titanium white and quinacridone magenta, or titanium white and phthalo blue. It's like shit like that. and then they charge you more for them than either one of the individuals. Drives me fucking mad. Because we're not even getting into like cadmium, like the cadmium-free bullshit. No, you don't really need a green or a purple on your palette. Or an orange, in my opinion. I mean, cadmiums are good pigments. It's definitely not gray. And I'm not meaning to compare those two, Sean. Because I agree with you. The cad-free is definitely not gray. Obviously, convenience colors, there is a gray area. I'm not denying that fact. But I think the amount that companies do it make it not so gray. Where could I be? Believe it or not, I'm not home. Everyone is desperate for money, but there is such a thing as ethics, right? Like I especially with corporations too. I mean, there is a fact of the matter is that yes, we need to make our money, but that doesn't mean we should actively take advantage or be dishonest. So I you know, I'm not going to give them leeway to hand wave bullshit, you know. That's how we get like corporations like putting poison into shit. Or like, you know, not cleaning their factories and listeria getting over meat and then a kid fucking dies, you know? Like, do we expect them to clean every day? Yes. It's the nature of capitalism. But that's why we gotta fight even more and advocate and shame people who disagree. You know. Let's you know, let's kill a bunch of elementary school kids in Iran, right? That's good. That's good for the United States. Let's bomb their capital city with 10 million and cause acid rain. Probably going to give tons of people cancer, but you know what? You know, they're a threat to Israel. So let's kill their kids. Yeah, naphthol is not light fast at all, Sean, by the way. I looked into naphthol recently. It's not a light fast pigment. But ethics are still very important to me. And if I can keep ethics with my financial situation, so can fucking Windsor and Newton, Michael Harding, and shit like that. Because I'm not even complaining about price on a lot of these things. Though I still think a lot of them are too overpriced, because I know what they're essentially paying for pigments. Or I have a good idea. It does, Richards. It does. Until you need medicine. Until you need medicine or food. It's like that episode of South Park. You can go to Somalia or whatever. Of course you can, Augustus. Of course you may. Believe it or not, I'm floating on air. God damn it, Sean. Or was it Omizu? You got that song stuck in my head. Sons of bitches. Oh, that was you, Richards? You son of a bitch. God damn it. Time to emasculate? True. Oh, shit. Richards, I just read your text. It's very interesting. That's really good to hear. Oh, fucking shoulder. I use ultramarine blue, burnt umber, cadmium yellow, and red, and unfortunately titanium white. Yep, that's a good palette. What's your question? Cadmium yellow is probably too dark. Your weakest color in that is cadmium yellow, outside of titanium white. Well, so the only one I change is cadmium yellow to cadmium yellow lemon. And that's it. So, Augustus, my palette is titanium white, lead white. Titanium white mixes like a blue, lead white mixes like an orange, and lead white has the archival benefits. I use bismuth vanadate yellow lemon. This is just because I'm using it up. But just, my main one is bismuth vanadate yellow lemon. Same color as cadmium yellow lemon, it's just bismuth. This is pyrrole red, which is I think a fantastic pigment. I do like it better than cadmium's, and it's cheaper. Quinacridone magenta, cold red. So I can make purples, some like kind of like mid-tone reds, pinks, stuff like that you can't do with just a red. This one is transparent. I use ultramarine blue, of course. I use phthalo blue green shade, PB15:3, and I use burnt umber. This is Blue Ridge burnt umber that you could get from Rublev if you wanted this exact one. So with this, I can make big purples, big greens, big oranges, pinks, brighter oranges, like warm colors. What do you think of these? Okay, yeah. And I say it, don't hesitate to ask Augustus. I talk about it in every stream. I focus a lot on my palette colors, and I try and get the widest range of colors I can mix with the fewest amount of pigments. And I sell all these, mind you, too. I make and sell all these. Yeah, I honestly, when you said that, Sean, like, you know, just in the context, I didn't really bring it up, but I think you need a warm and cold blue. You're welcome. And if you didn't know about lead white mixes like an orange. If you go to my YouTube, Augustus, there is a video on what white you should use. And that I go over the differences between lead white and titanium white. Color-wise, right? And like opacity difference and shit like that. I also, yeah, thank you, Richards, by the way, for the kind words. I also make my paints on the thicker side. Generally, it didn't turn out this weekend, but I attempt to make my paints on the thicker side, so when you add medium, it's more forgiving, and I guess it helps people avoid adding too much. Do you think that the fact that I created lead powder is problematic because it's not available for... No. Like, did you actually do the chemical reaction with the lead sheets and then you know, put it in shit and ran a current through it? Yeah. Good for you, Augustus. I saw a video of somebody doing that. I don't think that's problematic in the slightest. Now, I will say one thing though. As long as you dispose of and follow the rules of disposing those materials, I don't have a problem with that ethically. Laws are not ethics, as the United States so clearly demonstrates. Yep, no, I've seen somebody do it. It made me want to do it, because I'm a pervert like that. The temperatures are just... Wait. I couldn't do it. Well, cobalt's also expensive, and I still think it leans slightly warm, even though it's not like crazy. But it's not gonna make like... It's just like... Cobalt, in my opinion, does not mix that well. Granted, I haven't used it in a long time. Good. Then you're all good with me, Augustus. As long as you're not putting other people in harm, you are all good in my book, bud. And good for you. That's awesome that you did that. I'm jealous. Maybe I'll do that one day. Where do you even get sheets of fucking lead from, though? My God. I wouldn't even know how to procure lead like that. Well, I don't think... Is lead illegal in Brazil? I know it's illegal in Europe. Excuse you. Maddie, you got what you wanted. A really long streaming session. Is Maddie even still here? Maybe Maddie ditched. Oh, interesting. That's really cool, Augustus. Hooray! Yeah, you need to ventilate. It needs to be outside, Hanser. Had some cobalt blues that were very clean mixers, but yeah, it's never cheap. Yeah, I'd be curious. You know, I never bothered with cobalts because all the cobalt pigments were like price inhibitive outside of cobalt teal. And then I'm like, well, I'm like, it's still not better to me than ultramarine blue, especially for the cost. And so it's like, it never was really like a real one I like pursued, if that makes sense, Sean. Outside, like I said, outside of cobalt teal, which I did use on my palette for a while until I kind of like, until I realized that I could just use phthalo blue. You wish you did what, Maddie? It's still dark enough and value and long blue and lose too much. Yep. That makes complete sense to me, Sean. My palette's really a clusterfuck, huh? There's a lot of blue in there. I just have lead white left. I think these grapes kind of look like shit. What are we thinking, everybody? Shit? Yeah, I could see that being like just a preferred color. Ditch. No ding dong ditching. Believe it or not. Don't like Quid Magenta, unpopular opinion. I think it's just straight up one of the best pigments available. I get it. I get like that, just not liking a pigment for whatever reason. I get it. But I would just say you should force yourself to use it. But because I hear that a lot about like good pigments and stuff. Like you hear that a lot about lead white and stuff, because it's just like, yeah, it's toxic. Just take some normal precautions. Now, if you have kids or animals, it's a little different. Yeah. Well, maybe I have to move to Brazil. Maybe I have to become a carioca. What do you think, Augusta? Should I become a karaoke? What's your conspiracy theory? Hottest, most violent place in the world. Grapes, mud. You liking the grapes, Mud? I mean, Shasta? How do you feel about them grapes? Should I set it and forget it? I think I need some bigger highlights on on a lot of these areas. And such a fuss about lead white just because it's a fabulous material. I don't think that's the case. I think it's because people found out how dangerous lead is for developing brains and that we are breathing it in, that it became an overreaction in any capacity to lead. Like it doesn't change the fact that lead still is toxic. And people were breathing it in because of gasoline, right? We can't have that. There's indefensible. I mean, there is extremely good evidence that lead was very dangerous for the populace, especially in because it was in gas and pipes and shit like that. It caused it apparently it fucked with people the rates of violence and shit like that. So I don't know. I can't lead should not be a part of pipes. It should, even though it's. I'm an engineer, Augustus. If lead wasn't toxic, it'd be the best. It's the best for so many fucking things. The fact of the matter is, it's toxic. Yeah, it's so useful in so many things that are a little dark for fluid-filled globes. So you're saying is I should bring up some. All right. Well, let's try some aggressive marks here. Shasta inspired me. Puffing lead gasoline fumes from my brain. It's just a goddamn shame, though, that lead's toxic. It's one of the cruelest things that whoever fucking created this horrible existence we live in, that lead is toxic. But what if I'm a karaoke? How much could I make as a karaoke, huh? What do you think my, Do you know what a karaoke is? I only remember this from Anthony Bourdain, No Reservations episode. Does anyone know what a karaoke is? Maybe they're not around anymore either. Well, so in that episode, they were basically male escorts that hung out in beaches. They were essentially male escorts that hung out in beaches and would, use women for money. Still. Good to know. Clean up that. We haven't had a lot of Brazilians or people from Brazil on the stream, have we, everybody? Shasta, I could have seen you living in Brazil for some period of time for some reason. Is there a McNasty clan in Brazil, Shasta? How far is the reach of the McNasty clan? Unfortunately, no. Yeah. All right. Are we almost done here for today? We got a lot done. We got a lot done. Basically, the only thing left to do is the glasses. But I want to call it, everybody. I've been going for 7 hours. Let's see, one quick thing I wanted to fix. Thank you, Dia. So we got a yay from Dia. Anything I'm missing? Oh, thank you, Augustus. I appreciate you being here. I stream around 3 times a week. And I'm probably going to be streaming a lot on a lot of days. So hope to see you again. All right. Hopefully I gotta still save the grapes, but hopefully we'll see if Ma is fine with the grapes. All right, let's clean up, huh? Oh, tired. Thank you. Yeah, next stream will be today's Monday, right? Wednesday. Next stream will be Wednesday. All right, everybody. Yep, it's getting late. I got sumo to watch, and I gotta eat. I haven't eaten since noon. See, now I'm realizing I'm hungry. When I was in the zone, I wasn't even thinking about that. God, it's just like old times. Well, I'm glad you learned something. You know, don't hesitate to ask questions. I'm really into this, and I'm happy to talk about it. I love talking.
This guy stinks!
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
God, 7 hours used to be a short stream for me, everybody. But now I've conditioned myself to do less. I used to have like 2 shifts of watchers. I used to have like the Americans and the Europeans who were waking up early. But also the main reason why my streams are shorter is because I'm a lot faster. Boy, hangy. I am hangy. Where's my solvent? Is my solvent over there? God bless America. Alright. Let me go get the solvent. Yeah. I'm happy to anytime. Oh god, knees are tight. Aren't looking that bad. Yeah, there's just something like very here. The grapes are just very like they're not simple enough.
Hey, Sarah!
Overworked, maybe. Overworked. Oh, shit beans. Okay, why is... There we go. I rotated it a little bit. Okay. No, It was warm here today. It was like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which is boiling hot for me. I want it cold. I want it cold. Omizu, have a wonderful night. Is it snowing for you, I wish it was snowing by me. It was borderline hot outside today, it felt like. And I hated it. But I had fun today, everybody. Cold like my dead heart, yeah. I rebuke the snow and the heat. No, give me, if you told me summer all year round or winter all year round, I'm taking winter all year round. I will not, I promise you, Richards. All right, and obviously while you're all here, Maddie, would you mind snoozing the ads for me? All right, while you're all here, I know this is why. Thank you, Maddie. Time to wipe the D. Thank you, Shasta. Oh, you're fine. I didn't know that. I apologize, Maddie. Thank you, Shasta. Time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. This is why you're all here. You're all sick. It's gonna happen. You're gonna watch this. You're gonna watch this. Oh my god. Oh god, the vulgarity of this. This is just awful. I know you're watching, Dia. Oh,
I can feel it all the way down.
I be smoking.
I should be on several lists for this. How does Twitch allow this? Why is Twitch allowing this? Oh god. My parents would be ashamed if they knew this was happening. Oh god. I still got yellow on my arms. Jesus Christ. The yellow survived through a shower. All right.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Okay. D has been wiped. All right, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you all. We got one more session. Let me take a picture of this and put it on there. We got a lot done today. We only really have the glasses left, so maybe we do a quick stream. Maybe even tomorrow to finish the glass. But I don't know if I want to paint 3 days in a row. We'll see how busy I am. Oh yeah, I should raid the sumo. Duh. Yep. Thank you, Shasta. A good recommendation. Let me just get this on Discord so you can see progress. Okay. All right. And then we're going to raid Sumo because Sumo is awesome. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Let me just check to make sure we don't have any like random friends who we haven't seen for a while on. Not that I suspect anything, but always good to check. All right, we're going to raid Midnight Sumo. And yeah, join the Discord for updates. If you have any questions in the meantime, just message me on Discord. yet. Next session, we got to finish this, so. Yeah. Thank you so much. Shasta, Maddie, Dia, Augustus, Richards, Omizu, Sean, Maddie, if I didn't say Maddie, Odorous, Hanser, Salt, Mud, Aaron Schmitz, if you're still here, Amy, whoever's here, thank you. All right, until next time, I'm going to go eat and watch sumo and relax because I am now exhausted. I said thank you to you, Dia, didn't I? Thank you, Dia. Did I not? I apologize, Dia. 100 thank yous to Dia. All right. I'm very sorry if I did forget. I thought I did though, but regardless, yeah, till next time, thank you for joining me and we'll see y'all soon.